It's been 439 days since our family first stepped foot in the enchanting country of the Philippines. Since then, we've returned from the US 3 more times, visited 23 of its 7,000 islands, and experienced everything from off-grid houseboats and beachfront glamping to chicken blood and fertilized duck embryos. What's more is that we've fallen completely in love with the Filipino people and culture and found our new BFF family along the way. So enchanted are we with Asia's Pearl of the Orient that we've now leased a second home in Manila's BGC neighborhood so that we can spend even more time exploring, ziplining, canyoneering, diving, boating, shopping, and of course, eating.
But before we take you on this exciting new phase of our lives, grab some Sitsuria, and we're gonna take you on a 4-hour look back on the Philippines adventures that have led us to where we are today.
Good morning. We are ready for our first day in Manila. So we gotta get up, we gotta explore the hotel a little bit, and then we are going to head into the oldest Chinatown in the world. And we're gonna devour it. It is so beautiful to see this lobby in the daylight, the views of the ocean, and then over here is the swimming pool. But we are trying to find the ATM so that we can get some cash before we go and do a food crawl. We just got dropped off at the Binondo Church, and we're gonna head deep into Chinatown here. It's where people go when they come to Manila if they are looking for a culinary and cultural adventure, just like we are. First up is Sincerity Cafe and Restaurant, where we're gonna get one of their fried chicken dishes.
We've gone back and forth on hiring professional guides whenever we go into new cities. It can be hit or miss, and luckily we've had really good luck when it comes to the guides that we've used in our episodes. But some of the risks are sometimes they'll take you to all the tourist traps. Sometimes they take you to places that offer them kickbacks. So unless you want to go to a bunch of jewelry shops and nothing off the beaten path, I mean, if that's your thing, fine. But otherwise, I think it's a really smart idea to always try to ask for a sample itinerary in advance. Make sure that the places are going to be local and authentic if that's what you're after, and make sure that they're not trying to pad it with some of their friends' businesses. But it's also an additional layer of complexity when we try to use guides for filming a lot of times because they want to really control the whole situation and we need more freedom. In this particular instance, we're just kind of going with the flow. Aaron did our research and just exploring and seeing where it takes us.
This is supposed to be the best Chinese style fried chicken in town, and it's bone-in. That's really good, and it's in the batter. The batter has some flavor to it. This batter is delicious. There is some sort of seasoning or flavoring in here that's making it really distinct and different. Different than what I expected, definitely.
Look how juicy. Yeah, that is good. I'm not the world's biggest fried chicken guy, but I can get used to this. Nothing but skin.
What am I tasting right now?
Yeah.
Maybe lime?
Colt says maybe there's a little lime in the batter. Could be. So I tried. I asked what seasoning they use in this batter, but they can't tell us. It's a secret recipe. It's gonna stay a secret.
It doesn't look like we're doing a very good job of pacing ourselves today. We've got like 12 places to go. So let's hit it.
This is such a cool little street here that is, it looks like a small market and a narrow street. But we're at New Pohang Lumpia House, and we're gonna get lumpia. I don't know what it is, so we're gonna find out in just a minute. This is just this little tiny stand here, but it's got all these articles that they've been featured in. Can we get one? What is a lumpia?
Spring roll.
A spring roll. Okay, let's do one lumpia. Yes. I love spring rolls. All right, let's see.
They're fish.
Ooh. Is this soy sauce? Whoa, look at that. This looks awesome. And this outer layer is soft. It's not crispy at all, so it's not deep fried. Let's see what it tastes like. That is delicious. It's like a crepe on the outside, and it has a little sweetness to it, which gives it amazing flavor. And I can't really tell if this is tofu or chicken, but I think it's tofu. So many vegetables in there. This is really good.
Brooklyn, want to try a bite of the spring roll?
Sorry, not me.
All right. Don't know what you're missing about. I feel like I taste sweet corn. but I don't see any sweet corn. But maybe it's just an association with really fresh summer vegetables, because that's precisely what it tastes like. Phenomenal.
It's streets like these and bites like that really makes me love eating food and experiencing culture through the food. That was a really good bite. And now we're gonna go find a bakery. I bet you the kids are gonna want something there. Poland Hapia and Bakery. And I wanna point out, masks are required. So many places in the Philippines still. This is September, late September of 2022.
Looks like donut sticks.
Ooh, donut
Those
sticks.
are like those crunchy donut sticks.
What is inside these? What's inside a Hapia?
Yeah.
So this is a sweet pastry. Ooh, it's kind of like donuts without a hole. Wow, here, Brooklyn's gonna try it first. It
Yeah, it's got filling. It's sweet.
It's kind of like a croissant filled with like cake with sesame seeds.
It's made with pork lard.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
That is sweet, like a creamy sweet. Very subtle flavors. I would say it has a little similarity to shortbread. Good. Yeah, approved. This is yummy.
It's like shortbread because it's very, very dry. Tastes like it, but very dry. Need a glass of milk or water.
All right, let's see what's next. Anybody in the mood for seafood? Might be a little too crowded, so maybe we do go to dumplings.
Okay.
Bestseller? Yes. Chopsticks. It's a little bit of an indication of what we're gonna eat. Also soy sauce, another indication. Ooh,
Sushi?
no, it's not gonna be sushi. It's going to be dumplings. Ooh, this looks good. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bite a little corner off. Oh, and now put it down there. Oh God, this is a real balancing act. Thank you, Brooklyn. These are pork dumplings. She said it was their best seller. Yeah, it has like a lime. It was like pork lime flavored inside. That's really delicious. I love it. This is a phenomenal list we have so far. So if you're coming to Manila, follow this little guide. These are great bites. So good, babe. You gotta try this.
Interesting. You think lime, huh?
Dude, I get lime.
There's so much green in there. Look, I don't think it's lime. I think it's from the greens. I think it's something like collard greens or something that have a bit of tang.
Wow. Okay, what's next?
It's so hot and humid here, we've got to find something cool to get away from all of these really hot dishes. So I'm on a mission to either find some ice cream or some popsicles or at least some cold fruit. Yahtzee.
Hello. Can we get one Oreo, one mango, and one melon?
I got an Oreo, yogurt, milkshake. Thank you. Cold
Bingo, thank you.
and good.
How is it?
Tastes like mango with graham crackers.
All right. This one is Phil's, but just to be clear, Colt did order a mango graham cracker.
It's cantaloupe melon, not watermelon. Very refreshing, that hits the spot. Exactly what I needed.
I did think it's interesting, when we ordered, they asked us to tell them how sour we want it. We said regular. Ooh, yeah. It does have that little bit of sourness, which is kind of like a natural yogurt, how that's sour. Yours is really good, Colt. Colt's is super good.
Mine is a hint of mango. Yours, it literally tastes like you're drinking a cantaloupe.
Well, that was a well-needed cool down, but I think everyone else needs more of a cool down. So we're gonna go back to the hotel and check out the pool.
There, thank you. The sun has gone down since we were outside walking in it, but it's still a beautiful view and a great place to hang out.
This is probably the first time since we started off on this trip to Southeast Asia that we've actually sat down and relaxed and did a little bit of nothing. So I'm gonna savor this moment until we go back to adventuring again.
All 10 minutes of it.
All 10 minutes. What's up, Beanie?
Starfish.
Our hotel just happens to be right across the street from the biggest mall in Asia, Mall of Asia. And it also happens to have a carnival looking thing that the kids would not leave us alone about until we took them over. So we'll see what kind of rides they want to do.
Dominoes.
This boardwalk goes for miles and miles right along the bay here, and so you could just walk or bike or whatever, and that's where all of the carnival stuff is here, and the Mall of Asia lines this entire spot also.
There it is. Right there. Found it.
Starting off with a carnival classic, bumper cars. In the United States, we would never expect to find a good restaurant in the middle of a shopping mall. But here in Manila, in the biggest mall in all of Asia, they have phenomenal food and phenomenal restaurants. In fact, they have the most affordable Michelin-starred restaurant on the planet, and we're looking for it right now.
And check out all these Christmas lights. There are Christmas decorations everywhere. I don't know what that's all about because it's not quite Christmas time yet. It's still September. We are just having the damnedest time finding it.
A little bit like a wild goose chase. We just keep walking, and I guess one of the downsides to a mall being this big is that even the people who work here seem to have no idea what we're talking about.
It says now open, so we're gonna try and see if we can find it inside. We found it!
We found it, guys.
It's Singaporean food. We just came from Singapore.
It's so trippy, they're playing Christmas music in here. We're months and months and months away. I thought the US was bad. This is over the top.
They're known for their soya sauce chicken, so that's what we're getting. It even says here in the tiny, tiny print, world's cheapest Michelin-starred meal.
It's breathtaking to think that a place like this is essentially like quick casual, fast casual dining, and yet because of this one phenomenal dish, they have a Michelin star. This has to be some amazing chicken.
Woohoo! Here it is. I'm so excited about this. I'm gonna have like a little bean, a little of this sauce.
The soy sauce on top is really good.
Soya sauce. I might have built this up a little too much in my head, but I'm not blown away. I feel bad.
I'm gonna give it one more try. It's good, but my mind is not blown, and I'm surprised.
It's like part of a drumstick here. That is tasty, but no more tasty than the one we make at home.
I'm gonna try it on the pork rind. That's pretty tasty.
That's not a pork rind.
It's not? What is it?
This is like rice, air rice pop.
Well, it's good with the chicken. That was the bite I wanted. That's the one I'm looking for. So that's it, the one little bite, because we have more that we're planning to eat tonight. But before we leave, we have to tell you how much it was, since it's the cheapest Michelin meal you can get. It's 168 Filipino pesos, which is only $3.15 in the US. Not bad for $3.
Now we're at a totally different part of this huge mall because we wanted an authentic Filipino dining experience for dinner, and this is what they recommended. We're not? It's closed for private event. All right, we're going back to the hotel. Well, that's the way it goes. We're gonna have to have a different authentic Filipino restaurant experience on one of our other episodes, so follow along with us, because we're just going back to the hotel now and getting some food there.
So that was just our very first stop in the Philippines, but it was already enough to show us that we were in a truly special place.
But next we're headed to Coron, and that place really blew our minds, the kids would agree. We are leaving Manila after an incredible day devouring their Chinatown, oldest one in the world, and the Mall of Asia, the biggest one in Asia. And now we're heading off on a crazy adventure, going to a secluded lagoon in Coron, where nobody inhabits it except for these houseboats that we're gonna be staying on.
And it's gonna be one of the most exclusive experiences in the Philippines. So now we've got about a 20-minute drive to the airport for an hour and 5-minute flight on PAL Express, PAL, P-A-L, Philippine Airlines.
It's a non-stop straight flight from Manila to Busuanga, which is gonna be different from our other flights on this trip, where Manila serves as a hub for all of the airports, basically. So we're gonna be going to and from Manila when we're island hopping from here on out. All right, let's let this adventure begin. So there's high security everywhere in Manila, especially at the airport. So we had to go through security to get into the airport, and I imagine we have to go through again to get the flight. But everybody is so friendly. Everybody we pass by says hello and calls us ma'am and sir, and really nice people here.
It's showtime.
If there's one thing I like better than turboprop aircraft, it's reliable takeoff time. So much different experience on this particular flight so far than on the one we took from Singapore to Manila on the way out here. Just gotta wait for our checked luggage now.
There is an environmental tax that we have to pay before we leave the airport, and I think it's just a couple bucks per person, like $1.50. 100 pesos, Filipino pesos per person. It's actually 200 per adult. So now we have transportation service from the airport. So that took about 40 minutes, but we had other passengers that they stopped to let out on the way. And now we're at the water. I'm guessing we're taking a boat. The boat ride's about 10 to 15 minutes. This is definitely the most off the beaten path we've done so far.
In the world is the water? What am I looking at right now? That was like clear, crystal clear. You can see everything.
Pretty darn close to it. This is gorgeous.
Good afternoon. Hi, beautiful.
Hello.
Who's young?
Phil.
Yeah. Phil?
Look what they found.
It's adorable.
A dog.
So cute.
All the way to the Philippines for a dog. What's his name?
Zero. He's one of those dogs that fights a lot.
I love it. We just arrived. The restaurant serves as sort of the hub and the center of the whole system they have here with the other houseboats. I am seriously so happy right now. This is mind-blowing. The journey here, definitely worth it. And it's just the tip of the iceberg as far as what we're gonna be doing while we're here. This is a huge coconut.
Our lunch is going to be probably a mixture of Filipino and Italian because the owner of this place is Italian. But it is so gorgeous here. We've been to Belize, we've been to amazing places in Mexico, we've been to Costa Rica, we've been to the Virgin Islands. But this is on a whole other level. If you've seen that movie, The Beach, with Leonardo DiCaprio, that moment they make it through the green and they see the beach for the first time, that's what this feels like. Not only is it beautiful water, which you can see almost anywhere out of all the places that we've been, but the way these rocks just jut out of the water and all of the vertical growth to all of these plants and trees. It's like so many different cool geological formations all in one. This is going to be a great 3 days.
To order ahead of time for breakfast, lunch, and dinner our entire stay. So we're gonna look through this menu.
So we can get your order from breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Okay.
Now that we're ordered, we're gonna go check out our houseboat. We're gonna have our lunch there. I think our ride is here.
Bye. Bye.
What did you order?
Ceviche.
That's ceviche? Oh my gosh. And it looks like it's cooked in milk, like a coconut? Coconut milk?
We can't have a hot, humid video without me, the person that is always stupid and keeps continuing to pour water on her head even though she always regrets it.
Don't do that. That's our drinking water.
See? Stupid.
She's not stupid, she's hilarious. But it was a waste of fresh water. This is our fresh drinking water that we have here. They replenish it daily. Cole and Brooklyn got some pasta with bacon in it, like a carbonara with no sauce. And I got lumpia, which I learned about on our last adventure into Chinatown in Manila. And Phil and I are also gonna share some salmon sashimi. And of course, you saw that he has the ceviche. That's really good. And I'm pretty sure it's handmade too. Good food so far.
You have the option with every meal here of either eating at your hut or going back and eating in the restaurant. So we're gonna do a bit of a mix, just depending on how social we feel. All right, I'm gonna go change into swim trunks because I just plan on living in swim trunks for the next 3 days.
The kids can't wait to explore, so Colt is taking off in the kayak, Brooklyn on the paddleboard. I would tell him to watch out for poisonous snakes, spiders, and all that, but he loves those things.
Colt is in hog heaven here. He's just got the kayak out and he's just going all over the shore here looking for crabs. He's finding some really amazing stuff actually, but he's just such a loner. So happy, just throw him out in nature and he will entertain himself for days.
So now we're back at the restaurant. We're gonna have some dinner and get a game plan going for the rest of the stay here.
Hi.
One cool side effect of ordering all of your meals in advance is we just show up here when the boat picks us up, sit down, and they bring us our food. Everything we ordered, and we didn't have to talk to anybody.
We should mention that this restaurant is exclusive for overnight guests only. And I got the squid ink pasta. I am a sucker for squid ink pasta. That's really good. So if you want to book this, we can put a link to their website in the description and you can book directly from their website. Well, we're gonna make our way back to our houseboat and see what it's like to try to go to bed at a place like this.
That was delicious, but we're heading back to the hut.
Woke up this morning about 5 o'clock to a pretty big thunderstorm, lots of lightning. And within a couple of minutes here, they're supposed to bring our breakfast to our hut. And then we've got a really big day out on the water. The rain has let up. It's just a small sprinkle at this point, which is no big deal since we're probably gonna get wet all day anyway. But gotta get a little food in our bellies and then hit the road.
Best mango I've ever had. Whoa! Wow!
What in the world?
So it looks like our boat's on the way. We're gonna do a private tour because we're gonna beat the crowds. And we're supposed to start a little earlier than now, so we're running a little behind, but hopefully we're still gonna beat the tourism that comes in because nobody's inhabited here except for us in this little system of houseboats and the restaurant. Whoa. She's sneaky, that one. This is the boat we're taking on our full day tour today. Jeffrey is our guide, and he's paddling in this area where the houseboats are because it's a no-wake zone. But once we get further out, then we're gonna use the motor. And we have this speedboat all to ourselves. It's a private tour. I love waking up to a new place the next day because you see things that you didn't see when you first arrived. It was much darker then, and the way the light hits the water, it's a totally different experience now.
Our first stop is Canyoneering Lake, and the boat ride over was the easy part in terms of getting there.
Oh, I love that this is a butt workout. It's like 100 and something steps to get up there.
How many steps, Jeffrey?
167 up and then 200 up.
167 steps to get up. Woo! The harder you work, the more it's gonna be worth it. So this is a cave and it creates a little waterfall. When there's a downpour, water trickles down in here.
No coral in this lake. It's basically limestone under the water, but we are told there's a cave right over here that you can dive into.
There's a mixture of fresh water and salt water, and rumor has it, it's pretty warm. I'm jumping in. Well, it's not hot, but it's nice.
If we were here at an hour or two from now, this place would probably be crawling with other people. This is probably by far one of the best benefits of staying where we're staying, so that we can get early access and late access to places like this.
We got a tip that there's a cave over here. We're gonna check it out. It's kind of a girls trip. It's just Brooklyn and I. We're a little exploring. Yeah. Exploring the world.
This reminds me of the cenotes in Mexico. The water is the same color, surrounded by rock and trees.
Can I point out real quick those vests? You're rocking it, baby. Now we're off to Barracuda.
All right, it's a 4-minute boat ride over to Barracuda Lake now, and we timed this really well because you can see all the boats starting to show up now. There was basically nothing here when we pulled in, and now a good 10 or 12 boats here. A lot of other tourists going up the hill as we were coming down.
And now Barracuda might be a little busy already. We see a lot of boats and some people. They're protected areas, so there are entrance fees that go straight toward our payment for the tour, so we don't have to exchange any money while we're here, but every entrance has a fee associated with it to protect their environment here. And also everywhere we go, very ecologically friendly, and we'll explain more about how the houseboat and that system works. Wow. This is Barracuda Lake, and it's gorgeous. The water is so clear. To see like your body so clearly under the water, it's incredible. These are all limestone rocks that are making this formation here, and it's also making a formation under the water too. And again, this body of water is a mixture of salt water and fresh water. Off to Coral Gardens now. It's an 8-minute boat ride. It's so warm compared to our lagoon. Certainly some people here already, but not terribly crowded. It's purely salt water, and our instructions are do not go in the shallow area and do not step on the coral.
That coral thing's pretty much always a rule. Never touch coral. Ever.
Just in case you don't know, because of the oils on our human oily skin, it ruins the coral, it kills the coral. So we want to keep our coral alive, it keeps our ocean alive, which keeps our earth alive. So protect that coral. That's what I tell the kids. Look with your eyes, not your hands. We have been to Costa Rica, we've been to Belize, we've been to a private island in Belize, we've been to the Exumas, some really incredible places, but I would say that this is by far the coolest coral system that we've seen. Some of the bright turquoise clams in there. Like, look at the clam opening and closing. It just was so alive. It was really cool.
And now we have an 8-minute boat ride over to Vivian Beach. Gonna hang out in the sand for a little while.
Colt's excited about it. He's been looking for land because he thinks he's gonna find some monitors there.
Now, if I find a baby monitor, one like this long, can I catch it because it's not gonna break skin?
I'm gonna play it by ear. We're pretty big on safety, so it's one step at a time. We're gonna see how it goes each step of the way, okay? Vivian Beach right here. Our own little private island for a minute. What are you gonna do on this private beach?
Nothing.
Just hang out and relax.
Hi.
Definitely having the tour and the private guide is the way to go. We wouldn't know that this existed if not for the houseboat system we're staying in and the private guide. Oh my God, I just stepped in the water. It's so warm. It's amazing. This is gorgeous. God, this view. This is incredible. I don't think this is the beach that Colt's really imagining because it's really shallow sand area and he's probably not gonna find any monitors, which I'm okay with.
There's a sea snail in there, and he's tickling my hand right now. Oh my God. There we go. It was adorable, low key.
I love you.
This is absolutely my favorite part of the day so far. Probably the favorite part of the Philippines so far. There are definitely no crowds, even though we're here in the middle of the day. It's just like Aaron said, it is a private beach and you've got a little bit of everything. The water is warm, it's gorgeous, the color is fantastic, the beach itself is beautiful, and the rock formations that are right here in front of you, like you don't even have to walk to them, and they are so unique and so Asian and just so gorgeous. I could stand here for hours. I think, everybody's got their own taste, but if you're coming to Coron and you want to find a place to go, this would be at the top of my list of recommendations.
Typically at the end of each trip, I do something called a gratitude moment. I encourage the rest of the family to do it too. It's where I stand, I look at the view, and I soak it all in, and I just sit and really focus on gratitude for where I am at that moment, where we are in this world, and I want to do that now. I'm not going to wait till the end of the trip. This sand is really neat. It's actually kind of like mud. Ooh, or quicksand, I don't know. Really, really neat feeling on your fingers. We're all getting hungry. It's about lunchtime, so unfortunately, we're gonna leave this semi-private island we have right now. 5 minutes back, heading straight to the restaurant.
And once again, our food has already been ordered, so all we have to do is pull up, sit down, and wait to chow.
Pull up, sit down, and wait to chow. I love this day, like how the weather turned out for us. When we woke up, it was raining still, and it was like a downpour while we were sleeping. But this is pretty perfect weather. Couldn't have asked for anything better, and the water temperature is just. And we're here at lunch. Another amazing spread here. This is crab in coconut milk and some rice to go with it, veggies, all fresh. And what'd you get, babe? You got shrimp tempura? Prawn tempura. That looks incredible too. Back on the boat for the second part of our tour, but Felix is our new captain.
Yeah, I'm new captain tour, afternoon tour.
Right.
Benjamin hurt his leg a little bit, but we're excited to see
Benjamin.
What's his name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Jeffrey hurt his foot a little bit, so we're excited to tour with Felix now. I'm the worst.
All right, our first stop this afternoon is Atuayan Secret Garden. It's supposed to be one of the best places in Coron to snorkel and see some amazing corals. So let's dive in.
This one is more like in the middle of the water. It's not up against a rock formation like the last one was. What do I think of the water? Crystal clear. This water is crystal clear. Pretty incredible. And what a swim. Woo! It's so far how long this coral goes for. It is gorgeous from right here all the way down there. We swam the whole thing and back. Loved every minute of it. Next is the shipwreck. It is a World War II Japanese, is it an airplane or a ship?
Japanese.
Japanese. So it's a wreck and we're gonna go dive down and see it. Welcome to Skeleton Wreck.
This is just one of 12 sunken wartime ships in the bay. These are all the result of an attack on the Imperial Japanese Navy by US Navy aircraft during World War II.
That ship ran aground about 75 to 80 years ago, covered in barnacles.
And after that great beach experience this morning, we're heading to another one. This one is Banal Beach.
It's another private beach. We're the only ones here. Oh, it's a monkey!
It's a monkey! Come on, get him. Oh, my coconut. I'm bribing him into sneaking with me. These are actually Bacchus monkeys.
Brooklyn, what do you like about this beach?
Sand and the monkeys. Okay, so first I offered him a sand dollar. I placed it on a rock down there after showing it to him. And then he came down, grabbed the sand dollar, took it back up, and now he's storing it somewhere. And now I placed like a pink and white seashell. I'm waiting for him to come down. He's eyeballing it right now. He's looking straight at it. What is it?
As easy as it would be to spend the rest of the day here, we've got a couple more places that we want to hit yet. And the next stop is going to be Smith Coral Gardens. And if you are here because you like to snorkel, you're gonna like this place too. I think Brooklyn's gonna sit this one out because she's a little worn out. But the rest of us, hey, that was a really cool reef. Definitely lots of really cool sea life down there. And big enough that you could do that for an entire hour just in that one location. So that's one of my favorite snorkeling spots of the day, Smith Coral Garden. And now we're heading to our last place for today, which is Smith Beach. So third and final beach. It's a great place to watch the sunset. The amount of time that we have left, I don't know if we're gonna stick around long enough to see a sunset, but just a great place to chill, relax, unwind, and maybe swim a little bit, play in the sand.
Oh my gosh. This is my dream spot.
So this is a long day doing the full tour, but you don't have to do it all in one day. You can break it up with the morning tour and the afternoon tour. I might recommend that because we are exhausted. I mean, we've done hours and hours of snorkeling and then hours of beach time and swimming, and we're really getting the most out of it.
This is our houseboat, and it's called the Bamboo Houseboat. It's actually a series of 4 different suites, so we have 1/4. Every room takes up 1 corner, so the rooms are essentially identical. We're actually heading out to go over to the original houseboat over in the other lagoon.
Paolo, the owner, was nice enough to give us an upgrade for our final night.
So now we're just waiting for a boat to come over and pick us up with all of our things and take us over there. Thanks, Paolo.
Thank you. Thank you. Awan.
Goodbye, Lac Nisan Lagoon.
And we're going to Awan Lagoon. That's the new one.
Wait, what? We get an entire lagoon to ourselves.
So this is the only other houseboat in their entire portfolio, and all of these then make up the only accommodations on the entire island of Coron.
Hello, everyone. Cole says there's a restaurant in the house, and I just heard them say that we have a private chef. What?
I thought the other coral reef and lagoon was awesome, and it is, but this is huge. I mean, look at this.
I cannot wait to go snorkeling.
Awesome. Wait, I called Tom.
a whole restaurant on this houseboat. And look, here's a powder room. What? This is the bedroom. So Phil and I are sleeping here for sure. And yeah, Colt was pointing out that there are nets here and stuff, like little hammocks, trampolines. And there are more rooms up here. Colt says that's his room, no problem. Here's another private room, so Brooklyn can have her own room. This is the only real privacy we're having on this big trip to Southeast Asia. We're, for the most part, all sharing a room. And now there's another private room, so maybe we can all sleep at least on the same level. Yeah, there's a private bathroom back here. Shower, awesome. A hair dryer if you need it, but I don't need it. I'm air drying. And we can even go up another level to the roof. Wow, yes. This is pretty spectacular, and I'm feeling a lot of gratitude.
It's almost like we're inside of an old volcano because it's almost like a perfect circle, or at least it looks like it from where we're standing right now. And the incredible geology right here. I mean, I thought it was fun to wake up in the morning and just jump straight into the coral reef in the other lagoon. But this one's gonna be like crazy comparatively. It's huge. And if we wanna go out kayaking or stand up paddleboarding, we don't even have to leave our own lagoon. And look, we have a little arch cave over there to get through.
And you can see all of the solar panels up here. So this is another solar powered boat, ecologically friendly, just like the other houseboats in the other lagoon.
Yes, there's no actual electricity to this island. Everything is solar. There's no running water or water source for the island. So they actually bring that in on boats from a spring on another island. And all of the waste is carried away, so it's super green.
And there's actually another room downstairs. So wow, you can really fit a lot of people here. You can do a family reunion, big group event, corporate event, and always be changing corporate events.
Well, and this might be the best spot right here. Just this deck overlooking the water. You can play music, you can make a lot of noise because you're the only ones here, so it doesn't matter. And I mean, this would just be an incredible trip for a really big group. It's gonna be an incredible trip for our little group. And Colt has wasted no time getting out on the water. If there's one thing I love in a house or in a bar or in a restaurant or even in a hotel or a resort, it is big shaded covered patios. And this one is not only big, it's completely ours. You even have your own bar. But with just one night here, we're not gonna waste any time. We are going to get in this water and play and take full advantage of this amazing opportunity. This area is a national reserve, it's a marine reserve, it's a UNESCO biosphere reserve, and it's the ancestral land of the Tagbanua tribe. Pulling houseboats employs about 125 people, including many members of the Tagbanua tribe. And if you do any of these tours that we've been doing that are guided by professionals around the island, those are going to be members of the Tagbanua tribe as well. Should you do all of the eco tours on the island here that are guided by one of the members of the tribe? Yes. Do you have to if you're staying in a place like this? No. This is one of the coolest coral reefs I've ever seen, and it's literally one dive off of our back patio.
That is amazing. This could keep you occupied for hours. I could seriously snorkel around here for hours and hours. It is so breathtaking.
I've already mentioned that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio called The Beach. I think this is cooler than that place. The mountains around here just give it a whole different vibe. The water is more beautiful, I would say. And I'm sure there's a way better coral reef here than on that beach. This is paradise. And I don't know if you could see some of the cloudiness come and go underwater, but apparently that's from the mixture of fresh water and salt water here. It almost looks like you're swimming through gasoline, but you're not. That makes it sound awful. But it's not just blurriness or cloudiness. There's a certain look to it where you can actually see the water, and it's like wavy, crazy, trippy. And I've never seen our kids less interested in playing on their devices. They're in hog heaven. We all are. One of the best things about these places when you get out of the salty water is they have outdoor showers. Up here on the roof is an epic view of the coral reef down here. You really get a sense for how sprawling it is, how beautiful it is, but also how you have the drop off from the shallow white sandy area in the back to the deeper area right below the houseboat. Having this as a backyard would be absolutely incredible. Every day, just being able to experience this. Erin said she saw a sea turtle out here earlier, but we didn't get any footage of it. I'm sorry. Hey, as long as we have some kayaks here, might as well put them to good use. Alright, there's a little pacing up here that Colt wants to go through. I don't think there's a chance right now with this tide that we're going to make it through, but we'll get up there and see. Not a chance. Yeah, lower tide maybe. Now that we've burned off some energy, it's time to just get cleaned up, relax, and pretty soon we're gonna have some dinner on the table.
So far, this experience has been great. There's many rooms here, so if you're ever planning to come here like with a little party, then I would probably recommend this.
Oh, that's perfect, thank you. Well, what a gorgeous setting for dinner and a great way to close out this episode. After Coron, we headed to Boracay.
And we will, by the way, can I just interrupt and say, it's kind of neat to be able to go back and do all of these over and pronounce places correctly.
I'm a work in progress still. We
had very low expectations for the Boracay episode because it was just kind of resort living. It wasn't a real adventure. So we thought people would be like, we get it. You're hanging out on the beach at a resort. Turns out people really loved this episode.
Landed. We're at Cataclan Airport. Cataclan Airport. And that's how we're going to get to Boracay. I think this is the tiniest airport that we've actually flown into.
Well, especially considering the size of the aircraft that come in here. I mean, that's a legitimate plane right there. But yeah, the terminal is minuscule.
We're staying at Shangri-La, and transportation from the airport to the hotel is included in our stay.
It's a quick 7 minutes to the Shangri-La. There are no direct flights to Boracay Island, so you should expect to take a few different modes of transportation to make it from the airport to your hotel.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I'm thinking that now we need a boat to get to the main hotel. This is called the Lounge. Now it's just a 15-minute speedboat ride to the resort. Now we're going to the resort.
Boracay is an island in the West Visayas region. It's only 7 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide and manages to pack over 300 resorts and hotels into that space. Because of its beautiful beaches and a variety of water activities that are available, it's been growing as a prime Philippine tourist destination since the early 2000s. Over 2 million visitors make the trek each year.
Beautiful.
I think we take a golf cart now, so we're hitting all the forms of transportation.
It's the air, sea, and now land.
Dun, dun, dun.
So pretty and so tropical here.
Our hotel is known for being a family-friendly and spa-like oasis, separated from the hustle and bustle of the downtown nightlife that this paradise is also known for. While Erin checks us in, we're gonna check this out.
Wow. So we have our own personal butler and we have a welcome drink. We're very happy to be here. Now that the check-in process is over, we're gonna go to our room because it's all ready for us.
Is this close? I thought I heard downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, look how beautiful that sunset is. Wow, thank you. Oh, wow. Wow, this is a lovely room. And look at the view. Look what we have on our balcony, guys. Hot tub with food and the view. Gorgeous. Gleza is our butler, and we get this neat little device, and we can contact her morning or the evening butler or the after hours, after midnight service. This is really cool, very high tech.
Well, I gotta be honest, this room is more than we were expecting. We thought we were getting kind of a basic hotel room, but it's pretty legit. We got our bar back here with mini bar. They set up the couch and then a spare cot for Brooklyn and Colt, so that's gonna be really comfortable for them to sleep. And then we've got our king size bed over here. We've got a desk, TV. We haven't watched TV in like a week and a half. Okay, and then in here is a closet. Really big hang-up area, places for all of our suitcases to go right here. A toilet room, and this one has a flushing toilet. Totally old school, totally the opposite of where we just were. We're trading one of the most beautiful settings in the world, but one of the most rustic lodging accommodations for really nice accommodations here with all the bells and whistles, air conditioning and everything. I mean, we're just getting a little bit of everything on this whole trip. And then this massive bathroom with a big tub, ginormous shower, 2 sinks. We're in hog heaven. We're also very hungry.
We're having dinner at a treetop restaurant tonight, and we're up a little bit higher, so the views are phenomenal. I mean, we can see for nautical mile after nautical mile, and the sun is gonna go down right in front of us. It's just stunning. This is a tropical paradise beyond our expectations. So pretty. 2 years ago, when we started traveling as a family, we didn't really have the Philippines on our list. It's because we watched other creators and were inspired by other people who have been here, and we thought we've got to go. Well, I'm glad we did, because I feel like every new adventure we go on, every new destination we have, we learn a little bit more about the world. We realize the world is bigger than we thought it was before, and we're inspired to continue to travel, and we are so grateful that we've come here to the Philippines, and we're only halfway through our tour of the Philippines, so still so much more for us to see.
I completely agree with Aaron. I really had never considered the Philippines to a large extent. I knew it from my military friends being here, military presence, my very first girlfriend in kindergarten, but that was about it. But seriously, we've been to Belize, we've been to Costa Rica, so many places in Mexico, the Exumas in the Bahamas, Croatia, places that have beautiful water and beautiful geology. But I had no idea how incredible the Philippines are. These islands have been nothing short of spectacular. It's just so much beauty condensed into these singular landscapes. I'm just blown away by how beautiful the water is, how beautiful the diving is, and how beautiful the mountains and all of the greenery are. This is absolutely at the top of my list for every place we have visited so far.
Yes, and every place we've been to is so different. So far in the Philippines, it's been Manila, Coron, and then now Boracay, and they are just like worlds apart, but so enriched with culture, different culture, and beauty, but different beauty. I just love how we're getting something so unique and special at each spot we've been at, and we'll continue to go.
Between this house-made veggie burger, my family, my beautiful wife, and this view, can't imagine a better setting to eat.
Yeah, everything looks delicious, and the seafood is really good here. The seafood in the Philippines in general has been excellent, and what we've had at Boracay is really delicious too, because I got the octopus salad. Dinner with a view is done. Let's go. This is a tropical paradise. And if you're from the US, I might compare it a little bit to Hawaii in the way that there's so much culture and tradition coupled with some luxury accommodations.
And it's lunchtime, and we decided that we're gonna walk down here to the poolside cafe because it's casual, the menu looked interesting, but mostly I think just looking over this multi-level pool is a really cool way to just kind of hang out.
These mosquitoes are pretty serious about their bites, so if you're coming to Boracay, bring bug spray.
I guess I'm just lucky because I haven't even seen a single mosquito on this entire trip.
There is something going on with me because I used to never get bug bites, and then suddenly, ever since we went to Puerto Rico, I'm getting bit all over the place. I'm just too sweet-blooded. Brooklyn and I are gonna share a smoked salmon pizza. They have a huge pizza oven over there, so it seems like they're experts at the pizza game. But I would like to point out that most of the menus we're seeing is not strictly Filipino food. It's a mixture of steakhouse or Italian. I see a lot of pasta dishes there too. So it's a hodgepodge meant to accommodate everybody because people from all over are vacationing here.
I'm gonna dig into this Thai seafood salad, which looks delicious and is delicious.
And our pizza's here. This is actually the first time I've seen them cook the smoked salmon inside the cheese.
Give me my pizza!
Of course, darling.
Pizza.
I feel like I've been eating so much better since we've been in the Philippines. I feel like it's just easier to eat better here. This is delicious and fresh. Well, look who decided to take a break from lizard hunting and have some lunch.
I think this is the new best place I've been to because one, it has monitors. Two, it probably has my second favorite lizard, period. The tokay gecko.
Okay, time to check out Boracay's best assets, the beach and the water. And an immediate detour to the ice cream shop.
Hello, can I do the strawberries and cream?
Wow, they have so many amazing flavors here. The dark nut, I assume that's kind of like Nutella, passion fruit, lychee, which Colt's gonna get, and wasabi.
Not much wasabi with you.
Dad jokes, please.
Thank you.
Can we also get one scoop in a cup of the buko lychee sorbet? Colt's not even here to order it himself because he's off looking for critters. Not just lizards, but frogs. Can we also get one scoop of wasabi?
I licked it and then it just fell off. Still a little ball shape.
Colt's is yummy. Here he is.
Thank you.
If I can catch one gecko and one frog in each hand, anything's fine.
Now, which hand are you gonna hold your ice cream in?
My mouth.
What do you think?
That actually tastes like lychee.
It's so
That's
good.
so
This is why he can't have cones because his hands are always filthy dirty. And here's the wasabi. I'm gonna guess it's, oh no. I was gonna guess it's gonna taste like ginger, but it smells like wasabi. Oh my gosh, I am so curious. That's crazy! It's wasabi ice cream. So interesting.
It tastes like you're eating wasabi that's cold. And not actually, because if you took a bite this big of wasabi, you'd be in a lot of pain. Even the texture is just so similar. It's so granulated. That is weird. You're just eating frozen, mild wasabi. Very good.
Mommy,
What?
you know what you have to do? Ice cream test.
No! Oh. She didn't learn her lesson.
The name Boracay is attributed to several different origins depending on who you ask. The island's indigenous Ati people say that the name of the island came from the Anati words Bora, which means bubbles, and Bokai, meaning white. But there's another theory that says the name's derived from the local word Borak, which means white cotton, and it's supposed to be a reference to the color and the texture of Boracay's white sugary and powdery sand.
I love that we all like to do something different when we come to the beach. You know what Colt likes to do?
I just caught a shrimp, and he whacked me, and that hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've seen a shrimp. I've never seen a shrimp in the wild.
So a shrimp. Right there.
Oh, wow. Huh, wow. Brooklyn loves being in the water. She's a little fish.
Hi.
Phil wants to be anywhere there's shade. And I like to do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but there's something else that we know the entire family's gonna love, so we're gonna head up there now and get started.
Since Boracay's a place that people go to vacation, we're gonna do something pretty vacation-y. We actually haven't done it before. It'll be our first time. And we wanna try and do new activities instead of just doing the same things in different places. So we do try to mix it up a bit.
And it's not just a vacation-y place for foreigners like us. This is also where a lot of Filipinos come to do their vacation. So in the States, this, for example, might be like our Hawaii or Florida or Southern California.
Is this what we're gonna do?
That's our speedboat out there.
All of the water is so beautiful here. I want to just jump off of everything. High dive off of every dock, every balcony. Banana boat!
Banana boat!
Not to sound pretentious, but maybe a little too touristy for us. And even if this is a touristy vacation place, nah, not our style.
But at least we tried it. Now we can check it off our list. It wasn't my favorite either, but at least we tried. And now we gotta wash the salt out of our hair and get ready for dinner.
And now that we are cleaned up, we're ready for dinner, but we're not gonna do it on resort because we just learned our lesson with the touristy stuff. So, we're gonna catch a shuttle and we're gonna head into the downtown area of Boracay and we're gonna explore.
We're venturing out.
Our resort provides a free shuttle service to the downtown area and it's just a 15-minute drive.
Turned out to be a really productive car ride over here because we got some great advice on where to go for dinner if we like seafood, and we do. And we're starting off in what they call the mall. It's obviously not a mall, but that's just their word for it to let people know that it's a marketplace.
Hey Cole, come on, bud. I think first we're gonna go over to the beach because we're really close to White Beach and I wanna see if maybe we can run into Willie's Point or at least do a little people watching over there as the sun's going down because it's pretty much sunset time right now, so it's perfect time to do that.
I'm not sure that you can beat this sunset over the water. Stunning.
This is the busiest beach I think we've seen since we got to Asia, but it's still plenty beautiful. And this area really gets hopping after dark because of the big nightlife scene here on the island. You may notice that pretty much the only automobiles that are on the island are those vans like we took in here, and everything else is the tuk-tuks and scooters and motorcycles, and that's because of an intentional initiative from the island to change the nature of the transportation that they use around here for the sake of the environment.
It is really crowded in this area, and I'm surprised because this isn't even the busy season. We're still in the rainy season in the Philippines. This is an epic sunset to go with our epic beach cuisine. Love eating with a view. Well, the Sunset Award definitely goes to Boracay. It was breathtaking and a great way to spend our last night here.
Our Bohol adventures were split into 2 different episodes. We did the first episode for all of our land adventures and our second episode for all of our water adventures.
And you're gonna see when we go to Balikasag Island that I purchased this pearl bracelet and I wear it every single day of my life. I love it and means so much to me.
Our resort is picking us up. They're taking care of the transportation, no additional fee. It's included with the room. All the kids are walking home from school because school just let out. Does it make you miss in-person school, Colt?
I've always missed in-person school, but I don't want to go back. I like online school because we can travel.
Thank you, baby.
Thanks, Daddy.
This is a nature resort, and we have a little guideline here for all the animals, critters that are gonna visit us. House lizards, big or small, may also pay you some visits. Colt is gonna love that. He's an animal lover. He loves it.
They all know that.
Yes, everybody knows.
No problem.
Wow! Oh, I love it! Wow! This is our bathroom, and this is our view. This is awesome. And look, outdoor shower. We were just talking about this. How much we all love outdoor showers.
It's not outdoor.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It only seems like an outdoor shower to everybody who's outside watching you. I have not had a single bite to eat since breakfast this morning, and babe, I don't think you have either, right?
No.
We're starving, so let's grab some dinner.
It's gonna be hard to peel Colt away from nature. Good morning! We woke up to sunny, sunny skies. We're gonna go get some breakfast, and then we're off on our first Bohol adventure. And breakfast is included.
The name Bohol comes from the name of a tree that once flourished here on the island. And unlike the island that we just came from, Bohol is actually one of the larger ones in the Philippines. It's the 10th largest island, and it's actually one main bigger island with 75 minor surrounding islands. And we flew into and are staying on one of those for this trip. It's called Panglao, and it is just off of the southwestern tip of the main island. And you can access it via one of 2 bridges that span the causeway. And that's probably how we're gonna get into the main island today for our adventure with our guide.
So Colt, tell everyone what you got last night.
Last night, This entire trip, I've been trying to catch a tokay gecko because we've been seeing them all throughout the trip, and last night I just caught one.
I thought that
You finally did it!
Guess what?
Oh my gosh, he's huge! Wow!
Did I really just catch a tokay gecko, or am I dreaming? Because it really feels like I'm dreaming. Because this is my
feels
dream.
so
That's
cool,
what this
too.
is. My dream. So it kind of feels like I'm dreaming.
Congratulations, Colt.
Thank you.
He was so excited, he said he was shaking. I mean, he's been looking for this tokay gecko for a few different islands we've been on, and this is the first time he's caught it. We've gone out at night even searching for tokay geckos, but first success. I love how every island we're going to and have been to is so different, but we're really looking forward to what Bohol has to offer.
The island that we're on right now, Panglao, is widely considered one of the top 10 dive sites in the world. But since Reagan and I are the only currently certified scuba divers in the family, and she's not here because she's at in-person school, we're not going to be diving on this particular trip. Probably do some snorkeling. But the main island is really known more than anything for two primary things, and that's what we're about to see.
We're going to the Chocolate Hills and we're gonna see tarsiers, Philippine tarsiers. They are one of the world's smallest primates. And we just met our guide Agnes and our driver Sammy. We're on our way to the heart of Bohol.
This is the place that we are going to.
So Agnes is just telling us that the name Panglao means lonely, and that refers to a long time ago when there were very few people on this island.
And as I suspected, the Philippine mango is their #1 growing fruit on the island, and it is delicious. Mangoes have been my favorite fruit I've had since we've been in the Philippines, and it was particularly good this morning. We're driving through the man-made forest. They call it that because in the 50s, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, they planted these seeds to grow the trees, and the reason they wanted to do that was because it helps prevent the mudslides and the landslides and protects this area. The trees are Philippine mahogany trees and one of the protected forests in the country. We're here at the Tertiary Conservation Center. What? Tarsiers. This is really difficult for me. I'm nervous about yelling to the camera because they get stressed out really easily, and noise is one of their two biggest stressors.
This is how big a baby tarsier is. It's the size of a thumb. Even the full-grown ones are like this big.
See, we have to be very quiet.
Right there.
Here's another one.
So as cute as they are, it's actually kind of sad because these animals have been around for about 45 million years, but now, thanks largely to humans, they're endangered, and they're expected and on track to go extinct by the year 2040. And that's primarily because of poaching and deforestation. But you notice their eyes are wide open and their eyeballs don't move because they can't move their eyes so they can move their heads back and forth 180 degrees in any direction, and that's how they look around. But there are only about 5,000 to 10,000 of these left in the wild anywhere in the world. But they get so easily stressed, so easily frightened, and one of the things they do when they're stressed is they bang their heads on the trees. And if you touch them, they will get stressed out enough that they will commit suicide by banging their heads on the trees, so never touch them.
Brooklyn found another one. But their bodies are so sensitive. That's another reason you can't touch them. It's because you can easily hurt them just by picking them up or touching them. There's another one there. There's a rooster. They're nocturnal, so they're sleeping right now. We're trying not to wake them up.
Tarsiers are insectivores, so they eat a lot of butterflies and caterpillars and any other bugs that they can find around here.
Believe it or not, but that's a big one. And it's still only about this big. Wow. So I can finally speak up a little bit because we're much farther away from them. But what an incredible experience, and I feel so grateful that these kids get to see them in real life instead of reading about them in books or seeing them in captivity. I don't even think we can do that in the US. I can't imagine they could travel.
And at the same time, I think that's the first endangered species I've ever seen in the wild. And it really shows you how fragile this planet is and how cruel humans can be in a lot of instances. It's very sad that after millions of years, they may be coming to an end soon because of us. But we're off to the next place now, which is another Bohol trademark.
And it's just a 15-minute drive to get there.
Their principal export here is rice, and there are all of these people who are drying rice on the side of the road. I want to see what it's like. They're gonna show us how they harvest. Come here, pumpkin. Quick. Since you always want to eat rice, you should see where it comes from. Been eating rice all these years and have never really understood how it's harvested. So didn't want to miss this chance to see. Good morning, how are you? Thank you.
Morning, mong ginakaon doy. You wanna try?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can you show me first? What do I do?
This, yeah.
Grab it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, kayo?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be careful.
Okay. Right there? Right here?
Yeah. Don't cut your finger.
Like that?
Yeah. Sure. Correct. Yeah. Good
All right, come here, buddy. Here. Hold it.
You gonna try?
Okay, I'll help you. Right here. Okay, grab that, and then below. There you go.
How bud?
You don't have unod. You don't have unod.
And then this is the rice?
Yeah,
This is the rice.
Kanang lami sir.
Never understood.
Kanang beautiful. It's not maot.
Oh, I see. That one's better.
It's not different. It's different because it's abundant.
Look at that. It just pulls right off. It's like pulling little buds or leaves right off of it. Can I eat it?
Yeah. Uy, no. They have. Then you feel first, then eat. Yeah, like this.
Those aren't good?
This one.
All right, so I gotta find one that I can peel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Here's a green one. Are the green ones better for peel?
No. The
brown
yellow one.
Yeah, okay.
The brown one, yeah.
All right, and then,
Yeah.
like, kind of snap it?
Yeah, peel first. Can I peel this well?
Peel it? Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's color red inside,
Yeah, right here.
not white.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
I'm full.
You have to think about this every time you eat every grain of rice.
That's awesome. That's the coolest experience of the day.
Thank you so much for showing
fun.
us how
Yeah.
this whole process works. It really puts it in perspective when you see where your food really comes from.
Such a fun detour. That's so cool.
So that was right at the base of the Chocolate Hills, and we're heading up high, and we're gonna do some stuff up there.
Welcome to the Chocolate Hills, arguably Bohol's biggest attraction. There are about 1,776, easy to remember for us Americans because it's the year of our independence, of these limestone hills scattered around Bohol. They were created by volcanic upheavals millions of years ago and then smoothed over by water erosion. And now they're covered in grass that turns brown just a certain time of year, which would be April and May here. And that makes it a big contrast with all of the green from everything else lush around it. So they came up with the name Chocolate Hills because that's what they look like.
But don't eat them, because they're not actually chocolate. First thing we gotta do is climb 200 steps to get to the top of that chocolate hill.
How do you feel about that, Brooklyn? Climbing 200 stairs to the top of this hill.
Like I'm gonna die.
Well, for a kiddo who's not excited about climbing 200 steps, Brooklyn sure is killing it out in the lead. I said the wrong word.
Woo! 200 steps has nothing on the Manitou incline, but I'm still
I hope that just means anywhere on these stairs. We love that rule.
Woo! I've reached the top!
Okay, now it's time to go down. There's always that question of whether it's harder to come up or go down. Works different muscles.
Going down is so much easier.
As long as you don't trip.
Stunning views. So now we're back in the car. We're gonna have about 45-minute drive to where we're going for lunch, and that's its own little fun adventure too. And we have to have our masks again because we're stepping onto a riverboat dining experience. This is me at a buffet, a little bit of everything. Ooh, coffee jelly. I have to have some of that. I'm loaded up. Wow, this looks amazing.
It's got live music here and everything. It's such a cool little atmosphere.
I'm looking at rice in a whole new way now. But this chicken curry is so, so good.
And now we're underway.
We've got another boat coming our way. It seems like it's a pretty popular thing to do around here. We saw a bunch of different stations for different boat dinner dining cruises. But I might be biased. This one is the best. These are local songs and local dances, and the boat just kind of stopped up along here, and they let the drawbridge down so people can go on and off, and Brooklyn's gonna go and dance. Yay! It was so cool what she did. I'm so glad that she did that. And it's a great way to immerse yourself in a new culture. But we are turning around, we're going back, and we're probably going to disembark pretty soon. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Because I have so much gratitude. It was such a cool day. And I'm blown away every time we go to a new destination in the Philippines, how mind-blowing, eye-opening experience it's been. So today is another day just like that. Good morning! I am enjoying my coffee right outside of our suite on our balcony that wraps around and has this gorgeous view right over the water. I mean, I feel like I'm right on the water right here. But I'm gonna drink this up because we gotta go. We are starting our water activity all around Bohol right now.
After a day in the jungle yesterday, I'm looking forward to spending a day out on the water on a boat. They packed us a sack breakfast that we're taking with us on the road.
Our transfer is just a 10-minute drive to the dock, and then we're on a boat the rest of the trip. We're getting on the boat in Panglao, this city, and we're leaving from their main dock. Thank you. Here's breakfast.
We'll see if we can find dolphins, hopefully.
We're getting an early start because sometimes, some days, it can be kind of crowded with other boats and other people out there. But we're getting an early start. There haven't been too many boats that have left the dock here this morning. So it shouldn't be very crowded out there when we're looking at the dolphins. And that's just the first step of what we're doing today.
Definitely not the first ones here. Dolphins travel in pods, so there's likely a pod cruising along right there where all the boats are surrounding. So we're trying to get in on that circle so we can see them too. They come out and play in the same area every morning, so all the boats know where to look for them. They came for us! They came to our boat! Our guide Agnes says there's only a few out today, but normally there are tons. So if you come to Bohol, you might find a lot more dolphins than we are today, but still, it's so beautiful to see them out in the wild because they are completely doing their own thing in their own habitat, and we're just observing them.
That was a cool little moment, but now we're off to our first destination, which is Balikasag Island, and we're gonna do some snorkeling and just enjoy one of the most beautiful beaches in the Philippines, let alone Bohol.
And this is Balikasag, which means a crab upside down. Is that right?
Yeah.
Upside down crab, Balikasag. I should mention that this is actually pretty early for us. It's 7:20 a.m. because we had to get the kids up at 5:30. They're still yawning a little.
No idea what she's talking about. This is not early for us.
That's true. It's not early for Phil and I, but the kids are tired because they're still jet lagged.
This is beautiful.
Can I go get my, I'm gonna go get my goggles.
This is pretty much the thing to do here after checking out the dolphins out there, because every boat that was with us out there with the dolphins is heading in here now. And it's basically a big setup of like restaurant areas.
This small island is actually inhabited. They have a school and everything. And the population is about 1,000 people. So very small island, but a little community here. And their main source of income used to be fishing, but now it's tourism, obviously.
A lot of the families that live here have this beachfront living. So these homes right here that they've then built essentially little restaurants onto the front of. And they only serve on this side of the island a portion of the year. And then when the winds shift, they actually move this little operation to the other side of the island. They don't move the housing, of course. They don't move the restaurants and that component, of course. But a lot of the people who live here are actually families, extended families. So maybe the one generation has a house and a little restaurant operation on this side of the island, and maybe the parents have one on the other side. So they just move the people, they move the service so that the boats can still make it ashore even with whatever direction the winds and the waves are coming from. The children who live on the island who are of elementary school age actually go to school right here on the island in the school that Aaron mentioned. But once they go to high school, they go to the mainland. And a lot of those are people who have family that lives on the main island, so they go and stay there during the week. And then they come back here Friday after school and get to spend the weekend with their family here.
There are a lot of things that have really impacted this community. The typhoon that came in a few years ago, and of course the pandemic really hurt their economy here because the tourism was down. But luckily, tourism is starting to come back full force. So we're hoping that the whole community recovers, and we're gonna help them out.
She showed me this. There's a real pearl.
Real pearls, coral, and shell. How about you, Colt? What'd you get?
Make a shark tooth necklace.
Nice.
So Tintin, did you make the
Yes.
do it yourself?
Yes, I can make it for you if you want.
Into my mind, I want the shark tooth.
Try this one. I can give you a good price. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Tintin.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We've already mentioned how some of the best scuba diving on the planet is here in the Philippines, and in fact it's in Bohol. But some of the best diving in this entire area is right here on this island. In fact, it's so good that the government here has built a resort on this island. It's the only one here, and it's just on the other side of the island. The typhoon did some major damage to that resort too, and it's not quite back in action. A lot of the huts are still really damaged, so they're working on bringing it back. Apparently it's a really good resort. And again, my dive partner Reagan is not with us on this trip, so I'm not gonna be doing any scuba diving. Nobody else in the family is scuba certified just yet, but we are about to head out and do some amazing snorkeling. We're off to the holding area now for our little snorkeling adventure, and I can't wait to get in the water because it is toasty here. And just the idea of jumping into some nice cool water sounds pretty amazing right now.
We kind of took our sweet time getting here, so it is getting more and more crowded. But like Phil said, it is government owned, and so we have to pay a tax to snorkel here. So we're just waiting for our taxes to be paid.
I'm the worst.
Each one of these boats can carry 2 passengers, so we're taking 2 different boats. We have 2 different guides, and we're already ready. All right, we're already at our first point, which is called Turtle Point, and this is where we're gonna look for some turtles. So I'm gonna swap the camera over to my goggles. It's funny how some places we go, the turtles are so afraid that the moment you touch the water, they are off like a bolt of lightning. And then other times, like here, they're totally chill. All right, now we're off to the real dive spot where we're gonna spend some more time in the water. Erin's negotiating with her guide right now to try to get in a place away from some of these other boats. It is crowded.
So we're sitting right on the cliffside, which is the best snorkeling because that's where all the activity is.
About it or not, that is beautiful water. Still worth the cost, still worth the journey. I don't know if you can tell by the awesome footage down there, but Brooklyn borrowed my face mask and had the GoPro on top, so a lot of that is from her.
Definitely a very different experience than we had in Coron, where it was totally secluded and private. But I understand why that is such a famous diving spot. The cliffside underwater is really, really beautiful and so active. And Cole said he saw somebody free dive down so deep he couldn't see him anymore. And then a little bit later he starts seeing the snorkel, the bright green color of it, and more you can see that that person was coming back up. But that always blows my mind. I don't have the lung capacity for it.
No doubt about it, it's a beautiful place to just sit and chill. So I think we're gonna maybe just wade back into the waves a little bit and wait for lunch to be served.
Woohoo! Food! And it looks like their specialty seafood. We got crab, fish, prawns, and then there is chicken, and looks like this might be pork. And my favorite The mango, the Philippine mango, so delicious. Oh, and there's more. There's shell soup. I'm gonna start with that actually. Oh my gosh, there are huge clams in here. Wow. Every time we've eaten in Bohol, they've only served a fork and a spoon. And we heard that's because when the Spanish took over these colonies here, they didn't trust the locals enough to give them knives. So everybody learned to use the fork and the spoon like a knife, where the spoon would hold the food and the fork would serve as a knife. I'm not very good at it, but there we go. Just like that. Voila!
I'm gonna try one of these little skewered ads. Yeah, that looks so good. That is pork, and that is good. It's got a slightly sweet glaze on it, and it's what they were making right back there.
We are stuffed and back on the boat, going to a sandbar. I think it's called the Virgin Island. Indeed it is. It's called the Virgin Island.
I can honestly say this is the loudest boat I've ever been on. It sounds like a lawnmower from the 70s, but worth it.
Can I jump in?
So the sandbar is just a little past my knees, you too. And yeah, Colt wants to go out to the trees that are buried over here, half buried I should say. So we're walking that direction.
She says that it's pretty high tide right now. When it's lower tide, then you can really walk on it.
So if this was low tide, this entire area would have the sandbar above water. And it's about the size of 4 to 6 football fields, I would say. And the trees would be completely above water.
Colt's in the middle of the trees already. Looks like he's lost in the forest, which he loves. Be quiet. We found a colt in its natural habitat. Look at it. Very curious, that one. Very curious.
Hold this crab.
Wants to show us.
It's too small to pinch you, so why don't you hold it? Oh. He can't even pinch you.
Oh!
Attempting to share his prey.
I'll share my prey with you.
I think the tide might be going out and it is getting shallower by the second here. But there's one area that we see right in front of us where people are literally sitting on their butts. So we're going over here to check that out.
Yeah, this is way more shallow than when we first got in. Well, I'm pretty sure we saw all of the main touristy water attractions that Bohol has to offer. We're gonna get back to our resort and do some activities on property there.
Brooklyn, don't sit out there, that's dangerous. You could fall off.
Daddy, don't be silly. I'm not gonna.
But they have their own activities. They have a cave that has a swimming hole in it, and it's included with our stay to have a guided tour of it. So we're gonna go check that out now.
This will be our first time here, so we're not endorsing anything yet, but it should be pretty cool. And it's walking distance, so why not?
How far away is this?
I don't know. Oh, not very far.
Uh-oh, Colt said it's freezing. I'm not gonna like that very much.
Is it that cold, Brooklyn?
It's freezing then. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're on our own. She's heading back. This is awesome. So big, it's like a scene from Goonies.
And then it's just for us now, huh?
But it is cold.
Oh my gosh, look how crystal clear the water is. Wow.
Ooh, the bat.
We're in a bat cave.
Oh, there he is, Brooklyn. You want to come feel the bat? Let's come over here. Non-touristy activity that we're doing. Oh my god, it's so close.
Seriously, so cool. Now I feel like we can say that we have been in a Filipino bat cave all by ourselves. Show me.
Where's my dust?
Show me.
That is 100%
Oh.
a baby tokay gecko.
Show me.
Oh my gosh, there is the one. super cool? Look, take a close up of the big one.
Whoa.
It always looks like their mouth is bleeding, but look, that's the color of their tongue.
Ooh.
Do you see that? That's
Yeah.
the color of their tongue. I love it. It's
Careful
so
with them. We're eating dinner so early because Phil and I skipped breakfast and the kids skipped lunch. And this little drink is so good.
This little concoction is called a cooler, and it's kind of like the Filipino version of, say, an agua fresca. So just water with some flavors in it, and this one is coconut and pandan. It really is so good. He said pandan is some sort of a leaf that's aromatic.
It is nice to eat over the pool and over the water. Beautiful views. The resort has a 3-star rating, and that's probably because it is a nature resort, which really translates to they don't do anything intrusive to keep the bugs and critters away. So in our room, there might be the occasional bug or lizard, which Colt loves. What do you think? Do you mind it?
No, I would say I mind the bugs, except you know why the tokay geckos are here? They want to eat the bugs.
This all makes sense. This is why Colt's been able to catch so many tokay geckos here. It adds up.
And that's not even to say that the bugs are bad. It's kind of like camping, but with much nicer accommodations.
On that note, we're gonna head back to our tent.
That's so pretty.
We were just in bed working and doing school, and suddenly we hear this bang bang. Got fireworks now.
All right, back inside, guys. Let's go.
We didn't know what we were doing on our first trip, so we had actually booked flights from Bohol to Cebu, which gave us a stopover in Manila, and now that we know better, we realize how crazy that was. And we were lucky enough to get a little bit of our money back from the flights, and then we even saved money doing that and getting a ferry, which is the right way to do it.
And with this being our first trip to Cebu City, I was on a mission. I had created a list of all of the top street foods that we absolutely had to try. There's a documentary on Netflix. It's called Street Food, and they have a different series on that called Street Food Asia, and there's an episode of Street Food Asia focused on the Philippines, and it takes place here on the island of Cebu, where we are today.
One of the best ways to try street food is at the local markets, and this is the biggest. It's Sugbo Mercado, and they're also called food parks. I know Phil's looking for some real adventurous delicacies.
There's such a wide variety of food here, everything from Korean to Japanese to, of course, Philippine. But there's some specific things that we're looking for tonight, and fair warning, some of them are not for the faint of heart or stomach. We're gonna start with something really easy. One of the most popular street foods in the Philippines is lechon. And the traditional lechon here is going to be roasted suckling pig, but there's a variation right here that we wanna try, and that's baka, which is a beef lechon. Give a 1/4 kilo, please.
This is probably gonna be one of those bites that the whole family tries.
Thank you.
We're walking around trying to find a seat, but they're all taken. A lot of people are saving seats, and we might have to just eat standing up.
I think you're gonna like this, bud. This is a 1/4 kilo, by the way. It's the smallest one you can buy.
Is that pork?
Beef.
Beef. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it tastes like pork. Do you like it? Yeah.
The sauce makes it. You know, the texture on this is like a ribeye sliced into a bunch of little pieces, but the flavor is completely different because of the sauce that's on it. It's not spicy, it's not too sweet. It's just a good, like, kind of barbecue roasted flavor, char. Brooklyn loves steak, so I'm curious to see what she thinks of this.
The sauce has like a sugary flavoring. Tastes like steak.
Good, well then I know you like it. The meat is so light, it looks like chicken a little bit. Brooklyn's right, there is a lot of sugar in this sauce. I'm gonna try one of the darker pieces. A lot juicier.
And now for the quintessential lechon, the roasted suckling pig. Hello.
He's taking the meat right out of the middle of the pig right now. And putting it on our plate.
This looks good. Skin on top and everything. Go ahead and just take a piece. You can dip it in the sauce. Oh, you got some skin there. Good, good.
Best sauce ever.
Well, I'm excited. This is one of my favorite things to eat down here so far. I don't need that sauce. A lot of vinegar in it. This alone is so juicy and delicious.
So I love how they put the skin on top of it, but Even though Colt ate it, I'm not sure if you're supposed to eat that as the main attraction or not. But I'm gonna try it first. I like it. I like it a lot. It's like pork skin jerky almost.
Well, you know it's good because they intentionally put all of those pieces on top of all of the meat for us. So definitely gotta eat it.
Well, you gotta eat it, and I did. Okay, now this meat smells so good. I'm not sure we talked about how good it smells. Oh, It is so juicy, and I love the sauce too. Spot on, Colt. I'm pretty sure you can find lechon all over the world. And I think it was Anthony Bourdain who said that Cebu makes it the right way, the best way. I agree, totally agree. Next, we're gonna have something that I keep seeing everywhere, but I don't know what they are yet. I just know that they're little balls and they're cooked in a really cool way. There's like a very specific special pan that they're cooked in. So what are these?
Takoyaki.
Takoyaki?
In Japan.
Takoyaki, they're Japanese.
Japanese food.
And you have octopus
And pork.
and pork. Which one's your favorite?
Octopus.
The octopus? So we're getting 2 octopus and 2 pork. We're gonna try a little of each. So Jess, Phil, and I are gonna try these, but we have little toothpicks to eat them with. We don't have to use our hands. Now the problem with this little dish, I don't know which is which. I'm just gonna guess. I'm thinking this might be octopus. It's doughy, and there's like little pieces of octopus in it, kind of like a beignet in it, but this is much more like doughier, kind of creamier. Reminds me a little bit of sweet corn in a way. The pork. Creamed corn, yeah. Now I'm gonna try the pork. I hope I don't eat 2 octopuses on accident. I'm thinking this is pork. I like the octopus the best too. Octopus is the winner. The pork, I think, much more subtle flavors, a little too subtle for me. The octopus is the winner. Let's see what Phil thinks. Hi.
Oh, I can tell just by poking it that it's a lot softer and looser than I expected. Very interesting consistency. The sauce tastes just like barbecue sauce to me. It's good. It's like a very unique spin on barbecue sauce though. More tang, it's like kind of sour. Let's try the other one. Yeah, this is my favorite thing of the night so far actually. And it's not even Filipino food, it is Japanese food, but very delicious. I'm blown away by the texture in there.
The kids are dying for some smoothies, and we've seen so many smoothie stands around here, but they've picked one in particular that they want to get something from.
Peanut butter banana.
Peanut butter banana.
Strawberry banana.
Ooh, 2 bananas. I got the mango because I am obsessed with the mangoes in the Philippines. They are so good. Oh my gosh, it tastes like you're just biting into one of their mangoes. It's so good. Phil stole my drink. Thank you. Love it.
Brain freeze. Mine tastes like strawberry and banana.
All right, I'm still in search of these amazing dishes though, so we've got to keep looking.
We found something really special in Cordova, which is a smaller island off of Mactan, which is right across the bridge from Cebu City.
And to a backdrop of really bad karaoke music, we're here at Entoy's Bacasian. This is a legendary place that really put this entire area of Cebu on the map a few years ago. And the founder owner, who unfortunately died in 2020, is featured in that same episode of Street Food Asia. And he's famous for taking sea eels, which prior to him were considered non-edible, and turning them into a very famous dish, which is this sea eel soup, or reef eel soup. And we're gonna try it today because it sounds phenomenal.
Hi, are you open? We would love to try the famous reef eel soup. This is Entoy's famous eel soup, and we have no utensils because we're supposed to sip it and then use our fingers to eat the eel. You want the first
So
sip?
first, I thought it was an octopus. Second, I thought it was a snake. And then you said it was an eel, and I was like, what?
All right, it has a lot of health benefits. It makes you healthy, but I could not get the story because they don't speak English. I don't speak their language, so I couldn't get all the information I was looking for. Soup is delicious. It's very brothy, like a miso soup, but there's a little bit more of like a sweet soy maybe flavor to it. I love it. And now here's the adventurous part, the eel eating. Okay.
It's like just like eating calamari.
He's right. Thank you for putting that in perspective.
Now that was not.
There are bones in there. Only thing is they have bones in it, so there is a spine in the eel. The texture is not my favorite, but the taste is similar to a calamari if a calamari was much softer, because it can be kind of tough when you cook it. It does have bones.
Really good.
I think I can help out with the nutrition issue. First of all, it's soup. You know, so it's got seafood in here, it has vegetables in here. That broth alone is gonna have kind of medicinal, nutritional qualities. But one of the things that it's best known for is its aphrodisiac effect. So I don't know if you feel that kicking in yet, babe, but let's give this a try. I'm playing catch-up, very oniony. And oh, you know what, celery. I see celery in here, and so that makes sense. You get kind of that peppery celery flavor. Oh, it's much more pungent than a miso, in my opinion. And by the way, eels look like snakes. They are not snakes. All they are is long fish. So it makes sense that they wouldn't be pulling the bones out of here or anything, because it's hard to debone something that is the size basically of a sardine, right? And I believe that's his little snout right there. And then this would be the tail. I'm gonna start with the tail. You can kind of eat around the bones on the top and the bottom. I've seen people just eat these entire things whole, but I don't know how you're doing that with the bones. Check my style out. Peeling that bad boy right off its spine. Now, we're cooking with bacon. Well, see you, refill. No bones.
It looks delicious and really good, like full of lots of flavor.
As good as that soup was, and as fulfilling as it is to actually finally make it here after seeing this place on television and learning so much about the founder, I'm still not satisfied. And I don't know if that's just because of the aphrodisiac effect, but we need to hit the road and find some of the other things on my list. Let's go.
First, I think Phil and I need some alone time. We're on Colon Street, and it's a busy street in Cebu City. It's named after Cristobal Colon, who's also known as Christopher Columbus.
Cebu City is the oldest city in all of the Philippines, and it's basically the birthplace of the Philippines as we know it today. It started off as a major trade port, still is a major trade port, but during their initial stages of growth, they gave rise to the big street food culture, which is still an integral part of the culture today. It's extremely important considering the fact that about a quarter of the population here doesn't even have an oven or a stove to cook hot meals at home. And I think we just found one of the key things on my list today, so let's check it out.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Jackpot! We actually found 3 things that are on our list. We're starting with ginabo. It's the Filipino version of chicharron, so it is fried pork intestines, and it's supposed to be crispy and chewy and paired with some vinegar. Yeah, crispy and chewy in the middle. It tastes like it has a little meat to it, but that's not meat. Now Colt's gonna try the buha-buha. There's pork meat in here.
It's like a very sugary and hard meatball.
A very sugary and hard meatball. All right. Very much like a meatball. I would say there's lots of bread in there. It's breaded inside. Very similar to a meatball, but that pork flavor makes it kind of smoother taste with the pork than a beef. It's good. I like this too. 2 for 2.
Colt's going nuts for the ginabo. Keeps eating it. Honestly, tastes like if you went to Kentucky Fried Chicken and got the pieces that are just fried skin because they fell off of the chicken. Really good. Now they don't have fish balls here, but they have basically the same thing in a different shape. Fish fingers, I would call these. These are deep fried. Unlike the fish balls we just had at the hawker stalls in Singapore, these are gonna be crunchy on the outside. Almost identical texture to the ones we had in Singapore in our soup, meaning it's very dense. It's really good. This one's drier than what was in the soup in Singapore, which would make sense. I'm gonna dip it in the vinegar. Very good. Our list is still far from done, so we gotta keep searching. All day. Let's go. We're at Opon Public Market, and honestly, I'm getting a little bit tired of trying to find all of these little dishes on my own. So this time we've hooked up with a local expert, local June. He's gonna be our guide. Hi, Mom. And he's gonna help us knock the last few items off of our list. All right, we're starting off here with kwek kwek, which is hard-boiled quail eggs, and then they are breaded in an orange breading and deep fried, so they're really crunchy on the outside. 3, and a little baby.
First, I want to say how nice everybody is. Everybody in the Philippines is so kind. We love it here. Now I got the spicy sauce because we all know I like spice. I love that sauce. That sauce is awesome. This is delicious. I really love it. It is a dough built into the hard-boiled quail egg. And look, you can see the middle of it there.
Am I allowed to try bite?
Absolutely. She likes it. I'm so proud of you. She wants to take it off the sink. I'm so proud of her. All right, Cole wants to try the spicy. Yeah, like, I'm good. Yum.
Yeah?
Who knew? Quick, quick, it's our jam. You need to try it.
I love the spicy sauce. How interesting. It's like the inside of a hard-boiled egg. That's delicious. That's way better than fair food, stuff we have fried. Interesting. So they just want to make it orange, so they use food coloring. Thank you. Thank you. Whichever one you want.
Yeah, we just want this sugar kind. 2 of these.
You got it? Good, thank you.
Tastes like a donut with sugar. Boom. Flings it head to toe.
I love not just that we're here trying the food, but that we get to see this community. And everybody's so nice. Hi.
June is our golden ticket. We should have done this from the very beginning because this is exactly what we were looking for the entire time and what we look for every time we travel. This is the local perspective for sure.
And this is the kind of exposure I want our kids to have with the world. I want them to see the communities and the everyday people and how similar and different people live their lives in different countries, wherever we go.
To put some of these costs in perspective, what we just bought from that pastry shop, those were 6 pesos per item. 100 pesos is about $1.69. So the 2 of those would be about 17 cents combined.
7 pesos for 1 skin. This is chicken skin, essentially fried up. And then the sauce, super crunchy. So this is just really, really crunchy. It's exactly what you would expect of having just like the fried skin. That's really good. So some of these are side dishes. There's salted shrimp, salted fish, dried fish, some things they use in everyday cooking. Thank you. We got some sweet grilled bananas. It's starting to rain a little bit, but that's not gonna slow us down. The kids are gonna love this because it's covered in sugar.
Hot and crunchy. Crunchy, like caramel.
Totally like caramel, and then it sticks to your teeth, just like the top of your caramel whip. But the inside is really hot. I'm glad we're under this umbrella though, because now it's starting to pour.
We are waiting for the taxi driver to come.
Well, it's good timing with the rain because June just went to go get the car. He's gonna take us to another location that is covered. So we're gonna have the rest of the bites covered, out of the rain.
I want a poncho.
No, she doesn't. That would make us stick out like sore thumbs, and then everybody would know that we're not from here. Actually, we are the only Westerners here in this area.
This lady will tell you the soup number 5.
Soup number 5.
So yummy, yummy.
All right, this one's been at the top of my list. They say that if you mention this soup, lanchao, to the locals, they'll kind of give you a little smirk because this is the equivalent of what we in Colorado have. We call Rocky Mountain oysters. But it's a soup with some very special ingredients. Thank you.
That's how to eat.
I'm about to eat a bowl of dinks. June advised me to squeeze some lime on there, so I did. Stir it up a little bit. So I'm looking forward to my increased energy and libido from the aphrodisiac effects from this soup that has cow and horse testicles and penis and ginger and butter and everything. Here we go. I can't imagine anything chewier than that. It's like
Gum.
yeah. I think I'm just gonna have to swallow it.
That's what she said.
All right, and then we think this one is skin. Much less chewy, much easier to eat. Ah, and the broth is fantastic.
Yeah. That's
It's a thick broth, like a beef stew kind of flavor and consistency.
What is it again?
This is like horse and cow penis and balls. You want to try it?
Yeah, you try that.
I'm alright. I'll stick to my peppers.
There's only one thing in this entire country I've been anticipating eating more.
Very good broth. It's almost like a gravy. It's kind of thick and salty, flavorful. Yeah. It's like a sweet and sour consistency. I got something very unique and different. I had never heard of this before, but I'm gonna try it now, and I'm not gonna tell you what it is until after I have a taste. It's good. It's chicken blood. So it's boiled, seasoned, and then frozen, chilled, until it becomes more of a solid. Then they cut it up and they grill it before you eat it. I can't tell you how this is delicious. It is a bizarre thing for us from the US to imagine eating, but it's really good. And they eat this food because they have the animal and they have to use it, they have to use all of it the best way that they can to make the most food that they can. It's a really cheap way to feed people and give them a lot of nutrients. Oh, tell me what you think of that. It's good. It's good. It is delicious.
Okay, this is the ultimate. This is balut. It's scary, I'm intimidated, I'm nervous, but June tells me it's delicious. This is basically a half-baked or 90% baked duck egg. Fertilized duck egg. There is a baby duck in here. It's a duck embryo inside of this egg. First thing I do is tap the top off. All right, peel the top off. Will there be feathers in this, June?
Yes.
There are feathers in this. I already see them, I think.
You open it big.
So on our balut, I am peeling away the top chunk of the shell here. All right, a little bit of salt on top, a little bit of vinegar. Oh, drink.
After that, another. Remove the skin.
That egg have bones.
Yeah, because it has a duck, baby duck in it. I eat this all at once?
Yeah.
Like that.
Like that. And after that,
Oh, he did it.
and then do this.
Doesn't it have bones?
No bones.
How does it taste? Almost choking on a baby duck.
And I thought eating wings was messy. It's hard to describe something that is unlike anything else you've ever eaten in your entire life. Part-boiled egg, but much more firm, and so much more flavor. I had heard that maybe it had some chicken flavor or poultry flavor in there. Honestly, I don't get any of that. If anything, maybe some hints of beef, but of course I get a lot of salt and vinegar because we put so much of that on top.
The first time is very nervous, no?
Kirkland, you're trying it too?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, can I have the salt?
Right here, honey.
Can I have a napkin?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Have alcohol.
Yeah.
Vinegar.
No.
Oh my lord. Brooklyn Ray, you are awesome.
Too much salt.
Put the vinegar.
Salt.
The texture, like it's not like real duck, like where you just bite into it and you gotta chew it. You bite into it and suddenly it's like just water.
So proud of these kids for trying something so incredibly new. Balut did not originate in the Philippines. They observed travelers from China eating it, and then they have their own take on it.
Not bad.
You can do this.
Yeah, more vinegar, more vinegar.
This has turned into a really incredible experience for the whole family. And it was unexpected, it was impromptu. There was no way we could have mapped this whole thing out. And we're so grateful to you, June, for taking us to these last places and showing us around and really giving us an eye-opening experience.
That first experience throughout the Philippines was absolutely life-changing and certainly channel-changing for us. We knew that we had to come back, so we booked a return trip for January 2023 to basically hit all of the places that people told us we should have visited the first time around.
And we had no idea we're about to meet a family that truly changes our lives.
All right, we're starting off here in our hotel, or really a residence that we'll give you a tour of later. This is Raffles, and we're meeting up with a couple of really cool locals that we've been talking to online, and they're gonna take us out for an entire day of adventure, some of their favorite places. They've even gotten us a van, so we're gonna jump in now and we're gonna start exploring.
They brought us little breakfast treats. It's kind of a dessert breakfast treat, and this one is a tart. What kind of tart is it? Buko tart. Buko tart. And so it's a coconut flavor, which I love. Just like a coconut pie. I thought it was gonna be crumbly, but it's very soft. Very good. Perfect breakfast.
We are at the Manila American Cemetery and Memorial. This was established in 1948. It was dedicated in 1960, and it's really a tribute to all of the American soldiers and a lot of Filipinos who died or were missing after World War II. Now, it may seem a little bit strange to have an American war memorial in the Philippines, but the reason for that, besides the fact that these Americans died here or were missing here, is that during World War II, the Japanese occupied the Philippines, and the Americans were fundamental in driving them out by the end of the war.
Cole, can you guess how many gravestones there are here?
26,000.
26,000 is a good guess, and it's sort of in the middle. There are 17,000 gravestones here, but there are also 36,000 names on plaques for the missing, the people who were never found.
So every one of these names are the people who are missing in action. However, they have found the remains of some of them, and those people are designated with the little badge right here next to them. So if you see any of these, it means they have found them, and technically they wouldn't belong on the missing boards anymore. They would be buried out under one of the cross tombstones.
I'm really surprised with how beautifully maintained the whole place is. There are over 150 acres, and it is just pristinely landscaped, and you can see people working all over the place, and it just shows you the level of respect that they have for this memorial here. And it's humbling to see this many people who sacrificed their lives. Service is service is really important to our family. So we want to thank everybody who has served in our home country and in others, and say thank you, thank you, thank you for your service. What a humbling start to our day. It is beautiful here, and our next stop is very, very close by.
We're in Venice.
Italy?
No, the Philippines.
We are at the Venice canals here in BGC, and it feels like we're in Italy.
Obviously, you can do a gondola ride. We've done this in Las Vegas, where they have a very similar mall, and obviously that's the experience that you would have if you did this in Venice, Italy.
They're decorating for Chinese New Year, which is on the 21st, coming up this Saturday for us.
And this shopping center is surrounded by high-rise corporate buildings where a huge percentage of international call center work is outsourced. So if you're calling your bank, credit card companies, Hewlett-Packard for computer support, there's a very good chance that it's being routed right here.
This is very different from our last trip to Manila. That was in the older side of Manila, where we went to Binondo, Chinatown, and we stayed next to the Mall of Asia right on the water. And this is much more of a metropolitan area, very posh, very stylish. So two different worlds in one city. But we're getting a bit hungry.
Yeah, so we're jumping back in the van and heading south of town to try one of Ekon's and Tel's favorite restaurants.
But it takes a while to get here. It's about an hour drive outside of Manila. We're in Tagaytay.
We're gonna grab a little lunch here at Balay Dako, which means big house, and it's overlooking something very incredible for the area.
It's a really popular place. We hear that no trip to Tagaytay is complete unless you come here.
Balay Dako also has a deli and a bakery, and they're well known for their muscovado-filled unleavened flatbread that they make out in the open.
This is tiayo. So we just got a fresh pack. We're gonna try them now.
Oh yeah, it is hot. So the jelly inside that Cole's talking about, it's like a coconut jam that's inside. These are yummy. I'm burning my fingers. People don't only come here for the food, they come here for the views as well. We're perched up really high, almost 2,000 feet above sea level, and we have this phenomenal view of the Taal volcano. And it erupts every, I think, 10 years. and it had its eruption in 2020, so we're safe for now. But every now and then it'll spew some ash or have a little steam come up. It's a beautiful day to look at it today. We've got quite the spread here. There's green beans with okra, eggplant, and a little bit of pork, grilled fish, and the star is bone marrow soup. And the fish is called pompano, and you can only get it here, and it was caught right over there in that little bay area. And what would a great meal be without the dessert? Now I want to thank all of our followers and commenters who told us we had to try halo halo when we're back in the Philippines. We are back, and I am so grateful you told us to try it, because now that's what we're gonna have. And if you're not familiar with halo halo, it means mix. So it's basically a hodgepodge of a bunch of different wonderful sugary sweet desserts. There's ube ice cream, I know that's always involved, and vanilla ice cream, these beans, mung beans, and then these like jelly-filled beans. We had a lot of them in Thailand also. And the red ones are jellies, and the little yellow thing, that is leche, and then they pour the milk on top of it. You mix it all together. Oh, it's so cold. The mung beans create a really great texture for it. The ube ice cream is super. It's uber delicious, and tons of coconut, and there's little crunchies on there too. This is worth the hype. I understand why you all love it so much.
The milk makes it a lot better.
There's one more dessert we need to show you, and it is a Filipino Christmas delicacy, and it is called puka bonbon. It is ube paste, steamed and rolled up, and then there's coconut flakes and a raw brown sugar, and then over here is cheese. So a little bit of those ingredients all together. I see how all those flavors come together. The ube has like a buttery taste to it. It's like when you chew it, like on a butter kind of comes out. And then the coconut, of course, coconut. All of that together, really, really delicious. I understand why people want to celebrate Christmas with it. I'm glad you guys like this.
Without a doubt, the best Filipino food I've ever had. But we're gonna try to make it back into Manila here before traffic gets too bad, because the traffic in Manila is unreal. Well, despite our best efforts to beat the traffic last night, we did not. It took us several hours to get back into BGC, but here we are on a brand new day, and we're gonna meet up with Mom Duty, another YouTuber family from California, and they've been living here for a couple of months. We're gonna experience the Mine Museum right here.
Traveling family, this is awesome. Mom Duty is Rocio, Nelvin, and their two kids, Mia and Knox, and they're the same age as Colt and Brooklyn, so they're getting to know each other.
I know, I love it. They're playing with other kids finally. It's really exciting. I'm so glad we got to meet today.
I am too. It was last minute that we connected, and we happen to be in the same city. It's amazing that we're both traveling families, and we were able to be in the same city at the same time.
What are the chances? It's crazy. Amazing.
So we're gonna let the kids play around for a bit, get to know each other, which didn't take long. They're actually all best friends now.
Best friends. It's so cute. They like have nicknames for each other. It's super sweet.
They're at a science museum, so they are gonna learn and play and just have a blast.
And they're like the only ones here. We're the only ones here. So we basically have this whole museum to ourselves.
Bloggers Day at the museum.
Yay, Bloggers Day!
This is the space section of the museum, but everything's very immersive and educational, but I think our kids are all finding new ways, creative ways to use everything in here, like just pushing all the buttons or kicking all the balls around the place. It's incredible how much they have in common. It's like Bizarro World, where our families have so many tie-ins. I mean, from having homes in California before, our love for the Philippines, and the ages of the kids, the interests of the kids, and just a general approach to why we're living this way, traveling the world and trying to give our kids a different experience. It's really crazy to talk to them because it's just complete synergy. It's awesome. This is actually our first collab, and it's their first collab, but it's not just the kids who have a lot in common. I noticed that you're carrying the big camera in the family. Is that?
I'm the videographer. Right here.
I'm the videographer. And Peak Design.
Oh, no way. I didn't even notice that. Peak Design.
And I have the Peak Travel tripod. You don't have one of these, do you?
I do. Boom.
It's the other one.
Oh, it's the other one too. I have too many of them. Another thing we have in common is we're the same height.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
crazy.
look. Nah, I'm joking.
Turns out we're not the only ones in the museum all day. More people eventually came in and we're heading out. We're gonna check out what's around this area and we have got to try a Jollibees. We have had outpouring of comments telling us that we have to try Jollibees and it's gonna be our first time. Since this is our first time, I have to get the crispy chicken sandwich. Now, crispy chicken sandwiches at fast food restaurants is kind of a big deal in the US, so we have a little bit of a comparison with it, and we'll see how Jollibees does. I'm expecting big things here.
I'm thinking OOE, one of everything. But I gotta try the tuna pie. I have a feeling that's a pretty famous thing here. Gotta try a Yum Burger just to see how it compares to a typical McDonald's cheeseburger. And of course, the chicken sandwich.
Fast friends, I love it. I really hope that we stay in touch with everybody, but especially I hope those girls keep in touch because they're gonna be friends forever, I think. That's their handshake. It's the longest handshake. This is the moment of truth. I'm like nervous and excited because everybody has worked up this sandwich so much. I don't want to be disappointed. So far it's bussin'. It is bussin' because that sauce, is that a mayonnaise or it's like got a mustardy taste to it too, but it's delicious. I'm really digging the sauce and it's got garlic I think in it too. Really yummy and the chicken is really crispy. And this is a winner compared to the US chicken sandwiches. Jollibees takes it for sure because of the crispiness and the sauce done. And then let's talk about the bun. The bun, buttery and delicious.
Of all fast food restaurants on earth, this is the one that you should go to. It's my favorite.
Time for the tuna pie. Same packaging as the old McDonald's pies, the dessert pies, cherry pies, apple pies. It's basically a little Hot Pocket. Let's see if it's scalding hot like those things. It's exactly the same shape as a cherry pie from McDonald's. Oh my. Well, that's pretty good. I think this is one of those places that reuses a lot of the same ingredients from one dish to another, because I think it's the same sauce from the chicken sandwich that's mixed in with the tuna inside of here. This is the flakiest, crunchiest shell imaginable. I could eat some of these. This is good.
Enough food for us. It's time for some drinks. The adults are thirsty, and Nelvin has got a place to take us. Yeah, what is your favorite animal you've ever come across during your travels?
Dogs.
Dogs? Awesome. Brooklyn, what about you?
Remember that lemur that we held?
Oh, yes. Knox, we have a question for you. All your travels, what is your favorite animal that you've come across?
This is a hard one. Let me think. Okay, I got it. A couple cats in Cappadocia. There's a lot of cats there. It's actually one of the cat capitals.
Cool. What about you?
That I've ever come across. The first time I ever saw a tokay gecko.
That was in Boracay. Since Rocio and Nelvin have been here for a while, they're pretty much locals. They're gonna show us around a little bit before we get that drink we've been promised.
And this is the famous High Street, which is like a pedestrian mall covered in shopping, restaurants. Unfortunately, we're not gonna spend a lot of time here, but it was on our list to do that because they've got some fantastic restaurants and really high-end brands.
And I heard there's a Michelin star food court. That is right up our alley. So if we had more time, we would do that. So when we come back, that's gonna be on the list to do.
This is one of the very few 4D billboards on the planet. They have them in Manhattan, they have them, I think, in Tokyo. I don't know where else, but when you look at it from the right angle across the street here, it's really hard to understand that you're not looking into a three-dimensional room or seeing things pop out of the billboard. It's incredible.
This is nuts. It's gonna blow your mind because it's really blowing my mind about how similar our kids are. The girls are like the same person. And the boys also, they love catching lizards. And you're not gonna believe that Knox also loves to taste wine, which is crazy because how do we find two of them? He's taking us to Mr. Wine.
Dr. Wine.
Dr. Wine.
Delectable. Nice dry taste. Full body. Yeah, I love it. Let's see if it works. To friendship and just finding things in common and connecting. It's amazing.
We have my cocktail and everyone else has wine. And we're gonna have to talk shop a little bit because we're gonna trade secrets. We have so much in common. We're gonna learn a lot from each other. So you're gonna see us improving our content. They're gonna be improving their content.
Yes.
Wait up, I'm trying to improve my bicep,
Yeah.
and Phil here is giving me some tips right now.
Workout tips.
The workout tips.
We're sharing all the good secrets with each other. But you gotta check out Mom Duty. They have their YouTube channel, go see them. They're also on Instagram, so you can follow them everywhere. And you should also be following us, so hit that subscribe button. This was meant to be. This is truly awesome. We've all found our new BFFs, every single one of us. And we unfortunately have to leave them. We're really sad to leave. But we're off to the airport now. We're going to Donsol. And we're still best friends.
None of us wanted to leave the Ocampos, but we had set plans to go to try to swim with the whale sharks in Donsol.
Welcome to Alicia Beach Resort in Donsol. It was about an hour-and-a-half drive to get to our resort from the airport last night. Waking up here and seeing it in light is refreshing because when we came to check in, it's just this dirt road. There's nothing paved here. So the sidewalks for the resort are just stones. And our huts are pretty basic, which is very typical for the hotels in this area. They're all boutique hotels with maybe about 20 rooms. But we have this big pool right in front of the beach, and all of the rooms are basically beachfront because it's just this little U shape. All of the rooms are the same and none of them are connecting. So we had to get 2 rooms and we are dividing and conquering girls' room and boys' room. But they really do a good job keeping everything very clean. We haven't seen any bugs in our room, and also, sadly, Colt hasn't seen any geckos in his room. No? Actually, of course he found a gecko. They have a restaurant on property, so that's where you can get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you can pay your bill at the end or with each meal service. One really important thing to know about this resort and all the resorts in this area, they are cash only, so bring a lot of pesos. Now let's talk Wi-Fi. They have Wi-Fi in the restaurant only, but since our rooms are really close to the restaurant, we've been kind of lucky and we get a little bit of it. Otherwise, we're working on cellular. But this is a very affordable area to stay in. Our rooms are about $75 per room per night. So for our time here, we're paying a total for 2 nights and 2 bedrooms, about $350 US. It's time for the whale sharks. We're gonna meet our guide and we have to take this trike to get there. All 4 of us are gonna fit in it. It was a very short ride. It probably took about a minute and a half.
Good morning. So we start off with an orientation in here to learn a little bit more about what to expect.
Time to get educated.
Now, out of all the phenomenal things you can do.
Aaron and I didn't bring our fins because they're awkward to pack and travel with for just one little excursion. So we are renting some fins here for a few bucks. We already have our masks and snorkels. The kids have their full snorkel set, so they're all set.
You have to find the right fit. Oh, look at this guy's helping us out. Thank you.
We should point out that there is, statistically speaking, a better chance that we won't see whale sharks today than that we will. And that's because of the way they handle the interactions here in Donsol versus other places throughout the Philippines and throughout the world. They do it very ethically. They're not going to chum the water to attract the whale sharks, so that means there is a pretty decent chance we'll come up empty-handed, but it's really all about the experience. So we'll see if we get lucky today. I don't know.
But that is specifically why we chose Donsol for our whale shark experience. We wanted the most natural, the most eco-friendly. It's a risk, but we're doing it because this is the kind of experience we want, and if you want that experience too, that's why we're showing you. We're with Janelle. He's gonna be our guide the rest of the way and in the water with the whale sharks, hopefully. But we're headed to our boat over here. Really, wish us luck. Press that like button, help us out with some good energy in the air, and hopefully we can see some of these sharks, these whale sharks. They are a fish. We're gonna be circling this area and we have 3 hours. So if we don't see any whale sharks within the 3 hours, no luck, we're just going home without it. But until then, we are just waiting and circling.
So if you've been following our channel, some of you may know that when we were in Cebu last fall, we had one of these excursions planned for the south of Cebu. We ended up canceling that and instead opted to do the street food tour in Cebu City. If you haven't seen that episode, you can click up here to add it to your queue. Besides the fact that it was about a 4-hour drive from Cebu City, where we were staying at our resort, down to where that was, and it seemed like a really, really long day, we also decided that the information that we had heard about Donsol and the way that they interact with the whale sharks here was preferable to the experience that we would have had in Cebu.
It's almost guaranteed that you're gonna see a whale shark when you're in Cebu. They throw chum into the water to attract the whale sharks. So if that's what you're into, Cebu and Oslob is the place for you. But for us, we are risking it, and that's okay with us because, again, like I said, we're looking for the more natural experience for our family.
And at the end of the day, worst case scenario is we have a 3-hour tour on a boat, which we've paid over $1,000 to do before in various parts of the world. Yeah, it's raining a little bit here, and that takes away from a little bit of the enjoyment maybe, but it's still beautiful water in a beautiful place. So life could be a whole lot worse.
If you're wondering where the kids are, they are down below here eating some snacks. Might as well eat some snacks while you're waiting for whale sharks. Hopefully our luck is turning already. The weather is clearing up a bit. It's much nicer out now. And we've got a guy up on the roof looking for whale sharks for us. He'll be the first to spot them.
This is such a good lesson in perseverance or grit, because it's kind of miserable out here with all of the rain. It's coming in again. The little chunk of blue sky that we had there for a few minutes is gone. It's now grayer and rainier than ever, and it's just coming in sideways. It's cold, the kids are in there. It'd be so easy to just say, I don't think we're gonna see anything today. Let's turn the boat around, head back, and do something a little more fun, play in the pool or something. But there's always that chance, so we're gonna stick to this, even if it takes us 3 hours of standing in the rain.
And it's a little chilly. This is not what we expected when we first signed up, but it is what we expected as we got closer to the day, knowing that the weather wasn't going to cooperate, and she's not. By all means, let's add some strong winds to the experience. We need more challenges now.
100% guaranteed it is way warmer in the water than it is up here. Well, we're pretty much rounding up the whole thing here, and we're coming up empty-handed, unfortunately. Very unusual for our experiences. We almost always luck out. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So we're gonna get back in here, probably get dried off, and do a little local experience of some sort, and get ready for our nighttime Firefly River tour.
On the plus side, they are delivering us right to our resort because we're right on the water, and I guess we're just gonna get as close as we can. We might need to get a little bit wet. Cole fell asleep on some fish nets, so.
Come here, buddy. You can just head right on up there, honey.
Thank you. It feels really nice out now.
It's not even raining here.
Yeah, but that's, you know, when it comes to nature, it's always unpredictable, and that's what we love about it. It's always changing. You know, nature's a fan of our channel. One of the great things about where we're staying is that each of the room units has its own bathroom, and that is not always the case for some of the hotels or resorts that they have along this strip. Also, they have hot showers. It felt so good to get warmed up. And we were thinking about having lunch a couple doors down at Barracuda, but since it is raining on and off, we're just gonna stay here and have lunch at Alicia. Now, it's raining so much, you would think that it's the rainy season, but it's not. This is unusual weather for this time of year. Beautiful alfresco seating by the water, and I got Bicol Express, which is a local dish, and it is meat, green beans, and some peppers. That is delicious and very spicy. The meat's really tender, but the sauce it's cooked in is so delicious. It's like a coconut sauce with a beef broth kind of a taste. It's really yummy.
And I got some chicken curry. I'm starving and it looks fantastic. Big potatoes in here. I'm almost as excited about these as I am about the chicken. That's really good curry. Oh, so these are not like little chunks of chicken that you would just eat outright. They're actually still bone in. So I have a little bit of work to do with mine, but it'll be worth it because this is really, really good. I'm very impressed for such a small town and a small restaurant that's just part of a tiny little resort. This food is so authentic and delicious.
Now we're off to town. We have to hit an ATM because we need more pesos. We have to check out tomorrow. And then we're doing our Firefly tour on the river. That is 100% guaranteed. We're not worried about that not happening tonight. scrunched in here.
We're gonna explore the downtown Donsol area a little bit here. This totally reminds me of our street food tour when we were with June in Cebu City walking around. This is definitely a local hangout. Maybe we'll even find some balut in here, I don't know. But we're kind of exploring an indoor market right now. It's starting to rain outside. And can we just say again how crazy it is that it is raining as if it's the wet season, even though it's not the wet season, but it's just raining off and on and off and on. I think that a lot of the dollars that come into this city are from the whale shark swimming. Until 1998, that wasn't even a thing. It was just a sleepy little seaside village, but scuba divers discovered the whale sharks here in 1998.
Now it really reminds me of balut. If we were here longer, we'd probably do another food tour, but we only have about 15 minutes. I have to say, I want to point out how awesome my hair is in the humidity. That is the best part about humidity. We are off to the fireflies.
Okay, we are here, and it sure got dark on the drive over. I'm excited about this. I think it's gonna be beautiful. I'm glad that this is guaranteed.
It's so charming. The people here in Donsol are so kind. They are so nice. I love this community. And I feel really bad that the whale sharks weren't there today because I really want to sell you on this community and help their economy and come here. So I know they're gonna be there for you. This rain just won't give us a break. It is just as soon as we got in the boat, it started downpouring. And I think we might be having a little trouble with the boat.
Literally said that the fireflies were guaranteed. But now our boat is broken. I guess this is a lesson that nothing is guaranteed. But take it in stride and laugh it off.
Go. We're clapping because the fireflies will respond to the noise by lighting up more. 2, 3, go. There, they did it. They twinkled up a bit more. It's really pretty to see the fireflies in the trees and then go right into the sky. The stars are out already. It's a beautiful night. Who'd have thought after that downpour we just had, the sky is clear and we can see the stars.
It's Orion's belt right there.
There are over 2,000 species of fireflies in the world, only one here in Donsol, and it's the smallest species. It's about 1/2 centimeter long. It's about half the size of the fireflies where I grew up in Indiana in the USA. These are also very small, like golden color, as opposed to the black ones that we had when I was a kid. The night is still young. We're not ready to call it quits. We heard some good things about this Barracuda place down here, restaurant, bar, just a couple of resorts down from our Alicia resort. So we're gonna stop in here, have a little dinner, maybe a couple of cocktails.
The path to get here is super, super muddy. It's just off of the road, and I think we've got to be close to the beach though. It's not mud anymore, it's sand now. Ow, and lovely little porch seating. And I know Phil's got his eye on this board over here with all the cocktails listed.
And Aaron's gonna be very interested in the food menu with some really fresh seafoods. Jackfish, barracuda, of course, sashimi tuna, calamari, and they do pasta here, so you can get a bolognese or a pork and vermouth. What are you thinking, baby?
Oh, I've got my eye on those prawns.
All right, yeah, I'm definitely diving into the margarita because Juliet said it was strong, and that sounds good to me. Fresh squeezed juice, and it is strong. Juliet is a hoot. This is her place, and she is Filipino, but she actually lived overseas for decades. She was in Europe for 15 years doing chef work, the United States for 20 years. I think she said her husband is German, but she's a real character. We're gonna have to eat fast. Monkeys are tired. But we are so close to the water. It's pitch dark, so we can't even see it, but you can hear it. And actually, right up here at the very end, you can see the little white caps as they break on the beach. I think we're like 10 feet from the shore. It's gotta be beautiful during the daytime. Anytime you go to a new like beach town, especially, your friends tell you, oh, there's this one place that you have to go to. And I really get the sense that here, it's Barracuda, and it's because of Juliet. She's a fantastic chef, so if you come to Donsol, definitely come by Barracuda.
I am such a happy camper. These prawns are ridiculous. They're ginormous. They're like little lobsters. They're so big. I'm gonna be stuffed by 2 prawns. And Phil got the pork in vermouth and cream sauce. This is delicious. Wow, Juliet is the real deal. And it's like the little places here nobody would know about unless you actually come here and stumbled upon it. Well, we're telling you about it. So when you come to Donsol, you've got to get to Barracuda. We're gonna take our time. Oh, the head fell off. We're gonna take our time and really enjoy this dinner. This is the best prawn I have ever tasted. She put like a garlic rub on it. It is the best flavor prawn I've ever had. Good night.
My favorite part of the locals here is probably Carmel. She offered me her sweater and hat to stay warm, gave us a bunch of snacks for the boats, and lots of cuddles.
We know how much you love cuddles.
My favorite memory of the locals here was when I was trying to open up a coconut and they came running out with a butcher knife to help me.
I really enjoyed talking to Juliet last night, learning about her life in Europe and in the US and then here in the Philippines, and she's had to struggle through so much, earthquakes and tsunami, and she really cares about this community and her food, and it really shows in her food.
By tsunami, did you mean typhoon?
By tsunami, I meant typhoon.
I'd say my favorite memory is from walking downtown last night and just going past every little group of locals, every little street food vendor, every little retail establishment, and getting really warm smiles from every single person. You can tell that they're just very happy to have tourists here experiencing the local flavor. And I think we all just nailed it. Like, we can swim with whale sharks all around the world in the coming months, but Donsol hospitality, that can only be found here. It's family focused, from our resort to the whale shark trip to the river tour. These things were literally provided by passionate husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, working together to provide a welcoming experience for visitors who come in search of adventure. It's a testament to the integrity of the Donsol community. The same compassion that we've experienced as guests is reflected in how they treat nature. I mean, this is a place that just 25 years ago had no real tourism industry. And once they realized what they had, they chose to build it out the right way, to focus on responsible, ethical conservation. And that's the real natural resource of Donsol. Not the wildlife, but the people. We may have come up empty-handed in the search for whale sharks on this particular visit, but we're leaving with full hearts for the privilege of spending a few magical days with another community of inspiring Filipinos. So Donsol definitely didn't turn out how we planned, but it did turn out for the best.
We get so many recommendations on where to go next in the Philippines, and Siargao was definitely at the top of the list. We finally made it to Siargao, and it's beautiful here. It called for rain the whole time, but look, it is sunny and gorgeous out. So we're gonna be chasing the good weather a little bit and hoping that we're gonna have good weather the rest of the day, because we cannot wait to explore this whole island. We just met up with our tour guide, Zach, with Travel Essentials, and he's gonna take us around and we can't wait to see it.
But if we're being realistic, we are probably going to hit a lot of rain today. It really does feel like the wet season here, even though it's the opposite. The forecast currently calls for about an 80 to 85% chance of rain every single hour throughout the day. So we will see if we luck out.
Hi, nice to meet you. We're all starting off in the van and June is our driver.
Hi.
June.
Hello, good morning, my friends. How are you this morning? Subscribe to ABC. Yeah.
So that's the best one?
Yeah.
Okay, Mom. We just bought some bamboo straws for...
Oh,
Hi, thank you. We just bought some bamboo straws to take home with us.
We see these at restaurants all around the world and they're very eco-friendly, and we're like, hell yeah, we want some of those for our house. They don't last forever or anything, but you keep them in the refrigerator, they last longer, you can use them over and over until they get so dried out that they start to break apart. So that's a cool souvenir.
We're trying to replace plastics as much as we can. It's not an easy task, but little by little, we're hopefully gonna make a difference and get rid of the use of plastics.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Let's go.
Woo! They call that the human drone. We've been curious what they meant by human drone, and you're gonna have to follow us on Instagram to see how it turns out. Oh, and on YouTube. We've got both versions.
The coconut forest has over 652 million coconut trees. I actually don't know, I just made that up. But all these coconuts are taken by a private company and then used to make beauty products, shampoos, conditioners, and that sort of thing, which I think is really phenomenal.
Coconut Forest is in a very small town, and that's how the locals make money, by selling the bamboo straws and doing the human drone for you. So if you do that, make sure to tip them because that's their income.
Siargao itself is known as the surfing capital of the Philippines, although there are other popular activities here like rock climbing and spelunking or cliff exploration to the layperson.
Speaking of rock climbing, check this out.
Siargao is a relatively small island. It's 437 square kilometers, so about 169 square miles. But more important than the size of the island is the beauty. Siargao was named the #1 island in Asia in the 2021 Condé Nast Traveler Readers Awards.
Well, now we're in Del Carmen. That's where we flew into last night. And we're gonna hop on a boat and go to Sugba Lagoon.
Siargao is known partly because of having the largest contiguous mangrove forest in the Philippines. That's mangrove, not mango, Erin. Here in Del Carmen, they actually have like the largest chunk of that forest, which is like 5,000 hectares of mangrove forest, including 3,000 crocodiles. I hope we see some, because I want to see how big they are. How big are they, Zach? Crocodiles.
It's like 10 feet, yeah.
10 feet. Oh, that's pretty big. That's pretty big.
I'm really concerned for Colt because he tends to want to catch a crocodile, but that's not allowed.
Also, he just said they're nocturnal.
And they're nocturnal, so they're gonna be sleeping. We're not even gonna see them. There's a baby on the boat. Hi, sweetheart. Hi.
This entire lagoon is absolutely stunningly gorgeous, but obviously the big attraction here is going to be the jumping or diving deck up here. So I think we're going to get both kids to go off this time. They don't always do the cliff diving at our destinations, but this one's like 10 feet high, so I think we can get them both to do it.
So let's give them some encouragement.
We're gonna do it. Yeah.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah.
I love it. Confidence. Gotta do the sunblock, protect your skin, and we love Sunbum 50. Brooklyn is a very brave girl. She's gonna go first. She's really brave and she's excited about it, right, baby?
I'm looking down now.
You can do it. Remember, it's not actually this high, it just seems like it.
I'm so scared.
You can do it, sweetie.
Let's encourage her.
You can do it, Brooklyn!
Jump.
Woohoo! Great job, baby! Woo!
I'm terrified.
You can do it, go bud. Woo! Yes!
So when I like jumped off, and I'm like, as soon as I jumped off, I'm like, why did I do that?
I'm proud of you, baby.
My heart's
Proud of
pounding.
you. It's not brave if you're not scared. Okay.
Can I go again?
And here comes that rain we've been avoiding all morning. It's perfect timing. We got in all of our fun. All of us jumped, and I'm really proud of the kids. But we're gonna have to make it back in the rain now.
At least the rain stopped. We got about a half an hour on the boat, and then a half an hour drive to get to the next place for lunch.
The rain was off and on. In the middle of our trip back, we had a torrential downpour, so much so we couldn't even pull the camera back. We gotta protect our equipment. And if you wanna know what equipment we use while we're vlogging and traveling, you can go to followabc.com/gear. They probably think I'm crazy. That's how I get the water out of my ear. You hop on one leg and tilt your head to the side.
Why does it have to be on one leg?
I don't know, but it works. That's exactly right, it works. Who knows why? A little pit stop for a road trip snack.
This one's piping hot. They're called pan de toy toy, and it means nipple. See why? Wow, that is good bread. Helps that we're starving, but right off the oven like that. That is so good. Oh, it's like a hot potato. The way they cook them, they make little dough rolls, put them in the drawer, and right above that, they have all of the wood, the fire going. So it's heated from above. And she's just constantly moving them around to keep them evenly cooked and then throws them into the box. Makes it look so easy.
The best bread I've ever had in my entire life.
Woo! We're getting dressed, we're getting back on the road for our real lunch. This is a quaint little beach area.
Magpapunko.
What he said, yeah, that's exactly it. But look at this view, the ocean, the beach, it looks gorgeous.
All right, this is where we're setting up shop. It is Mama Sol Grill. But before lunch is ready in about 10 minutes, we're gonna head down here and take a look at the beach real quick. There are signs on the trees. I thought they said no snorkeling, but actually I think they say no smoking. I was like, it would make sense if it was no snorkeling because the sea's pretty rough. This is the Pacific Ocean, and it's the Pacific Trench that goes all the way from here up to Japan. It's some of the deepest sea in this area. So that makes sense. Really big waves. These are gnarly. See that surf term, gnarly. What is it?
Some sort of caterpillar.
All right, put him down, let's eat.
Did you see the plate of mangoes?
Okay, I gotta start with one of these spring rolls. They're vegetable spring rolls. Probably use one of those sauces, but I'm not going to. I love the size. They're like fingerling spring rolls. Dig into this grilled pork. Oh wow, a lot of barbecue flavor. Everything's so good. And the sweet and sour fish. That's not just sweet and sour, that's got a nice little kick to it.
This is stuffed squid.
We also have fried chicken, peel and eat shrimp, a whole mess of rice, and of course the mango and bananas. So I'm gonna need both hands for this, so we're gonna chow down.
We just found this little kitty cute. He's so cute and sleepy. I love it. Let's go play in the water.
It's not a sandy beach, but it's very cool. There's like a tiny little seaweed that's growing down here, maybe some algae, and it's very rocky, but it's crystal clear water. Beautiful. The unevenness and slipperiness of the rocks makes it kind of treacherous to walk through here.
I'm gonna fall over.
We're gonna go check out the tide pool that's over on the end of the beach. It's very crowded, but that probably means it's really good.
It's a popular spot.
Talk about a tide pool, that really looks like a swimming pool. Just a huge drop off, blue water, like a pool.
This is quite the trek. We are walking around the tidal pool to get to the rocks all on the other side. So it is so deep over there in the pool. So it's almost like an edge of a cliff. You can't go too close to it. And we're trying our best to keep the kids close to us too because it's really slippery rocks under here. So be careful.
Right over here is the namesake for this beach, Magpapunko, and it's this big rock that's sitting on top of another rock. They're not actually connected, it's just plopped on there.
I gotta go after my kids. That, woo, was a lot of fun. Colt found an eel. It was hiding in a little hole and its head kept popping out. Not positive it's an eel. He says it's an eel. It could have been a sea snake, but it was really cool, really interesting. We have more stuff to see, so we're getting back in the van.
Another roadside stop, but this time it's not for bread. It's for something that looks like a clam. Are they clams?
Yeah, in Filipino word it's tuwai.
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 Tuwai. Colt, you gonna go first?
You should go first. You should go first.
Gonna start with plain and then try the vinegars. Not like an oyster, super mild. Seawater flavor and that's about it. No brine.
And then just go for it. Everything?
Yeah.
It's good. I want to get another. That's good.
Okay, go.
Do it. You're gonna love it.
Just slurp it. Come on.
All of it.
One of those? I got a big one. I love clams. Clams are my favorite over oysters, mussels. What have I gotten myself into? That is the biggest clam I have ever seen. That's huge. A little messy. I'm gonna redeem myself. That last one was a little too big. This looks like a pretty approachable size. So good, and that spicy vinegar is awesome. Thank you.
We just stepped down here to the Masin River, and this is like a combination of saltwater and freshwater. And everybody's gonna jump off of another high dive. I don't know if I get to do it or not. I keep playing cameraman today.
honestly, that was refreshing to jump into the fresh water instead of the salt water. It hits you like, ah. It was a little terrifying from up there.
It's like the same height, but it looks much higher. Even like on the top,
Yeah.
it looks much higher than it would when the last time when we were on the top. Can I go one more time? I think I prefer the first one because I don't know, it felt smaller.
She means shorter.
I prefer the second because it doesn't make my eyes scream in agony and pain.
Zach has another place he wants to show us, and I don't know how you can top any of this. This has been really incredible. Really like exotic locations that we're going to. Beautiful scenery and wild adventures for the kids. Like they're so brave. I'm a proud mama.
Welcome to Malinao and the secret beach. This all used to be white sand, nice and soft on your toesies, but after Typhoon Odette, about a year ago, it pulled all of these rocks from the water out here and washed them right over the breakwater and into the sand. It doesn't look so secret.
No, it's well known with the locals, so some of the tourist companies will bring people here. It's more of a name than literally a secret.
This is so cool! I love the sand!
Why?
Because it's like silk.
It feels a lot like a lagoon here, but it is salt water, and it's a beautiful, smooth beach. You can rent a bunch of stuff like kayaks and these boats over there, but we are just gonna chill and relax and absorb the day we've just had because it's been an eventful day. A lot of fun. And if you're curious, we use travel essentials, so you can check them out on their Facebook page if you want to book them too. That was our last stop on our second trip to the Philippines, and we were absolutely hooked after that. We knew we loved the Philippines. We knew our best friends loved the Philippines just as much as we did, so we had to keep coming back.
There was still so much that we wanted to do, like canyoneering and finally swimming with those whale sharks, so we planned another trip back for June.
The car for our resort is already here when we got here. Now we have our 3-hour and 45-minute drive. I wonder what we're gonna see along the way. And I wonder how much work I can get done. I love working on the road, on an airplane, in a car. I get so much done.
Hello!
I guess you in front. Cheers! Nelva from mom duty sent us a cheers. Our driver says it's probably closer to 4 hours, and with traffic, it'll be 5, and it all starts right now.
I can't walk, bro. It's painful, and I feel nauseous because I sat in a car for 5 hours straight.
Yeah, that was a long 5 hours. My butt is so flat for sitting on it for so long. Oh my God.
I could not feel my leg at all. Like my foot, like this entire section of my leg. I like can't feel. And then I sat down and how painful it was.
I know, it is so hard to sit still for that long. And I'm so glad we get to stretch our legs finally.
Yeah, our driver was right. With the traffic, that ended up being quite a bit longer than the original 3 hours and 45 minutes that we were expecting, but we're here now.
Yeah,
Samboan, southern tip of Cebu.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Shella. We would not be here if it wasn't for her. She is a follower and a good friend to us. We appreciate you, Shella. Thank you so much for recommending. We're at Fantasy Lodge, and we are about to find out, this is the moment of truth, if it's worth a 5-hour drive. Ooh, free breakfast, babe. I love me a free breakfast. That's so kind of you. They heard her birthday was last Monday, so they're giving her a shirt. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's awesome. This is a long walk on the rocky rocks over to our room, and we're carrying our bags, so it's taking us a minute. But we have the Family Deluxe Superior Suite. Oh.
I want the ones upstairs.
Oh my gosh. Yes, the 5-hour drive is worth it. Look at this view. Oh wow, this is so beautiful. Look at the sky, looks like it's on fire. Look at our key. It's a fish. But this feels like a tree house. And it's a loft style, so it's really open on each side, but we have, I'd say, essentially 2 rooms, but they're lofts and they're open to each other. But this is really pretty. I'm so happy we're finally here. Let's take a look around. Bathrooms in here. Woo, turn on that light. Walk-in shower, sink, and a hair dryer. So I'm guessing that the other door is a toilet. Is that right, Brooklyn?
Yep.
There is definitely a tokay gecko somewhere inside this loft. They call them tokay geckos because they sound like they're saying, tokay, tokay. Yeah, Colt does it better. Seriously, it feels like we're in a treehouse, doesn't it, guys? Let's check out the master. I don't even know if we can call them bedrooms. They're lofts. Oh, they are all twin beds. Oh no, Phil and I are gonna have to push ours together because we don't like to sleep apart. We always have to sleep together. So what I read online before we booked it was that this one has AC. It's not turned on right now, but that'll be nice. We'll be nice and cool in the evenings.
So twin. So six.
Twins.
And the walls are limited to the curtains, so you can undo those, and you've got it around all three of the 4 sides up here for these beds. So you can at least block out the light. It's not gonna be a lot of privacy, but we don't need a lot of privacy most times. Most.
Tiny, tiny, tiny moth-looking bugs, mosquitoes, giant ants, and so they're flying this gnat.
So this is a natural resort. They don't use pesticides and bug control or anything like that. The geckos really are the bug control. So Colt loves that. And we have a visitor on the wall over there. But it's worth it to be here in the view and the environment, but you do have to deal with some bugs.
For the kitchen area, you've got a sink, some cabinets down here with like eatery, cutlery, that sort of thing, some glasses, and then a mini fridge over here that has Coke, Sprites, Fantas, all the usual Filipino soft drinks, and then some beer and bottled water. Also, that's like a cash bar.
We also have a dining area, this big picnic table, and the sofa over there, so it's kind of like a living room. And the fans are on right now. It's really breezy. I don't think there is AC, to be honest.
I do not see any AC units anywhere in here, but yeah, a lot of fans, and that'll probably be okay once we get them all rolling.
We couldn't have entered at a better time with the sun going down. So beautiful. We're starving. We've had such a long day, and we're ready for a good meal. So we're gonna check out the restaurant. This is how we lock the door. There is a lock right here. You undo with the key, and you stick the stick into there, and then I think you put the lock back on it. Put it in there. Take the key out. Voila, locked house. Let's go get dinner. Wow, it's pretty. So the restaurant opens, it's open until 8, and then the bar is open until 9. So this is a really pretty place to get a cocktail. Okay, thank you. This menu is a real hodgepodge. They've got soup, burgers, empanadas, Vietnam wraps, dumplings, pizza, lots of pasta dishes, curry dishes. It's like a fully international style menu. Now that it's darker, if you look over there, there are lights. You can see that there is another island because the Philippines has over 7,000 islands to explore. That's why we keep coming back, because there's more to explore. That island is Negros. It's a little larger in size, but Cebu City, where we flew into, is the 2nd largest city in the Philippines, and it was originally the biggest city. You know, I don't know as much about the history as our friends Mom Duty did. They did a fantastic episode that really dove into the history in Cebu City.
So they also make their own homemade rums here, flavored rums. Sometimes they've got banana, Dalandan, is that how you say it, babe? Guava, jackfruit, mango, passion fruit, pineapple. This one is passion fruit. They only have 3 tonight. Cranberry, passion fruit, and what's the other one called? Calamasi, the lemon lime combo thing. So I said which one is best, and he said passion fruit, followed by cranberry. Give it a try. So it's just a little screw-on cap, wax over the top of that. At least I think it's a screw-on cap with wax on top. It doesn't smell like rum, it smells fruity. It doesn't taste like rum either. It tastes like a a fruity liqueur. Yeah, like a liqueur. It's very good though. Very good. I like it. Cheap too. 190 pesos.
What?
Yeah.
190 pesos? That's like $3, maybe. Yeah, like $3.
Yeah, the entire bottle literally costs like half as much as my fish.
All right, that's it. We're moving here.
Don't put it past us. We're very spontaneous.
Mangoes! I have been craving Philippine mangoes for so long. Since we've been out to Southeast Asia on this trip, I haven't had a single mango. So I had to get the mango salad. Mangoes, cucumber, and a light vinaigrette. I think it's like a lime vinaigrette. It's so good. I love the mangoes here. I can eat them morning, noon, and night.
I ordered, carbonara.
Brooklyn wanted something really healthy on the menu, so I got a steamed fish with cabbage, and I got the quarter chicken with Asian grill, and gave her a little bit of both. What do you think? And tell us which one you like better.
Both are pretty good.
Both are pretty good? Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite?
How about a fish?
I'm so happy that I finally got some mangoes, ate the whole thing up. But I'm gonna take Colt back to our room. I'm gonna unpack a little bit, but Brooklyn's gonna stay here and get some dessert.
Can I please get some strawberry ice cream? It's so good. This is so good. Tastes like a brownie. Colt is definitely missing out on all this.
We're finally finished, and we're gonna head back to the room now. Hey, bud. Look at that, what service, wow.
Good news, there's geckos everywhere. The bad news is that there's also bugs everywhere. And the reason the good news is there's geckos everywhere because there's holes and stuff, and there's a bunch of tokes that they'll eat the bugs. But then the more bugs will just come in, so they'll kind of keep it nice and debugged. I saw them eating bugs, so there's one in the bathroom who's probably chewing on a bug still. So yeah, they're helping us out. Good gecko boys.
I had to take a shower. 2 days of traveling, not good. I needed to feel refreshed. I feel much better now. It's like what a difference a shower can make. And it was a cold shower because it's so hot. I checked, we do not have AC here. So our cooling system are these fans and a cold shower.
All right, we have everything pretty much set up, and bottom line is we do not have air conditioning. It is very hot and humid here, but at the same time, it's extremely charming. The views are unbeatable, and we're in one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. We have no complaints. Also, my wife just took a shower.
We just spent the day canyoneering. It was about a 40-minute drive from here to Alegria, where we did the canyoneering through the river. It was so fun. That is gonna be our very next episode, so stick around for that. But now that we're back at Fantasy Lodge during the daylight, we wanted to check it out a little bit more and see the other side of it.
We just took the little rock steps down to the beach area here, and it's a very rocky beach, but still a very beautiful one. The water is fantastic and crystal clear, of course. Swings, hammocks everywhere, and there's a little something just up the steps here that we're gonna try out too.
We're gonna have kawa baths. Kawa meaning a wok or a skillet. So they burn the coconut shells under there. I love how we're like using the coconut, eating the coconut, and the remains still get used as well. So they burn those under the skillet, the kawa, and it heats up the water. So it makes a little spa-like bathtub. And there's essential oils that we picked out too. I chose lavender and Colt picked lemon for Phil.
This is a toke, except it's right in between a baby and being close to full grown. Not full grown, but big. And I thought this was like super rare because they grow from like super small to super big in like a month.
Really?
Yeah, they just have that one stage and then they grow super slowly. But this guy is right in the middle of it.
This is gonna be perfect because canyoneering was exhausting. I mean, we really exerted ourselves. We are so tired. Our muscles are tired. And this is gonna feel really, really good. And we're cold because the water got kind of cold towards the end. And now we're freezing. It's almost ready. These flower petals are plucked right in front of us, right before they went in this. And it turns out Phil sent his peppermint. but it's not terribly hot. It's actually the perfect temperature because it's hot in Cebu. The weather's hot right now, so you wouldn't want it too hot anyways. And there are little butt pads on the bottom so that your butt's not sitting right on top of the fire, because that would be scorching. But the water temperature is kind of right in the middle, and it's just warm, lukewarm, and it's kind of nice. This is my bath for the day, and I really, really needed it. It's starting to get really hot, actually.
Yeah. Still waiting for mine to fill up, but I'm really curious now, how do they empty these? I mean, they're cemented down, so I don't understand how they get the water out of there. And I wonder if they put the fire out as soon as we're done, since yours is so hot already. Your butt touched the bottom?
Yeah, my butt moved just a little bit and it touched the bottom. It's actually starting to get really hot. I think we just didn't wait long enough. It's getting pretty toasty. Aaron's starting to cook in here. Ouch. I keep hitting my butt. He's burning. You know what my favorite part about this is? The oils. It's like I can tell my skin is getting so moisturized.
I think it's beautiful, but I am done. That's all I can do.
I gotta get out soon too. My butt is burning.
Look at my fire.
Oh, that's what we're sitting on.
Here's what it looks like during the day, by the way, in the morning. So beautiful to wake up to. Maybe the sky wasn't quite as beautiful as the sunset last night, but the water's gorgeous and the pool looks very inviting. I'm sure we'll take advantage of that later.
This might be our biggest physical challenge yet. We're gonna be hiking, cliff jumping, climbing, and swimming. And I think it's like a 3 hours adventure. Thank you. How long is the drive?
Around 40 minutes.
All right, 40 minutes to the adventure. We're ready. It's a beautiful drive along the water. This road is like right up to the water, and it's a really long stretch all the way up the coast. It connects our resort right to where we're gonna start the canyoneering.
How high is the tallest jump that we're gonna do?
We don't actually know yet.
Well, I think I'm gonna do every single one as long as you guys do it.
Sounds like a challenge. We're taking motorcycles. So Brooklyn's with Phil, Colt's gonna be with me, and one guide. So we're making a kiddo sandwich.
Thanks for the ride, Janelle.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. What do you guys think of your first motorcycle rides?
It was great.
You liked it, buddy?
Yes.
I think my parents are gonna think it's super cool that Brooklyn and Colt were on a real motorcycle ride. Aaron's dad, on the other hand.
No, he's not gonna like that. Sorry, Daddy. I didn't even know. They just pointed us in the direction, told me to get on. I didn't even know it was a motorcycle.
So last year we were booked to do the very famous Kawasan Falls, and that's what we were planning to do for this trip. Unfortunately, because of water levels, they've closed Kawasan Falls. We're actually really close. They're practically connected. A lot of people do both in one day. But what we're doing instead is Wonder Falls here in Alegria.
If you do 2 in one day, you do Alegria first because we are higher up, and then you actually would have to, because they're 2 different cities, you'd have to leave the forest and the river and then re-enter to do the Kawasan Falls excursion. So it's a lot of going in and out of the forest to do it that way, because the 2 different cities, they don't really get along politically, so they don't work with each other very well.
Should probably put my helmet on. These are only one size of helmet. It's really big. So unfortunately, not gonna have my Insta360 video headgear on for this episode. Sorry, Nelvin. I feel like I already hear people having a lot of fun down there.
I really want to see Colt challenge himself because he's talking up a big storm with Toll. He's gonna jump off the high ones. I think he said like 25 feet maybe. That's gonna be high. He says 25 feet, 8 meters maybe. So let's wish him luck. Look at my finger crossing. Let's wish him luck.
Our besties over at Mom Duty did a great episode on their experience at Kawasan Falls, so you have to check that out. We'll put a card up here. If you're on a phone or a computer, you'll be able to click on that. Otherwise, we'll put a link in the description.
That'd be a great way to compare the 2. Woo! Look at that!
I'm doing the tall one, the 8-meter one, and then there's also a 5-meter one. And I'm doing the 8-meter one.
You're inspiring me, Cole. Woo! I can feel the adventure beginning. It's all happening. And we have a few rules for jumping, because that's our first thing is we're jumping in. We have to do it straight bodied, bend your knees a little bit, probably so like when you hit, you don't you know, get a leg jam. I don't know if that's a
Jam
thing.
your hips up into your chest.
Jam your hips up. Yeah. And then if you're a nose plugger, if you know, hold your nose when you jump in the water, don't do it with your fingers because your fingers could slip up into your eyes. You do it with your knuckles, and then your knuckles will slip up into your eyes. You guys ready? Brooklyn, what do you think you're gonna do?
I have good news.
What's the good news?
There's no rules about grittying.
I'm surprised we can wear the helmets. It seems like that would be problematic when you hit the water. Flipping back or choking you or something like that. The three of them are gonna go, at least that's the plan. I'm gonna get them on video from here and then I'm gonna go. Aaron says Colt's gonna go first. And here we go, that was fast. I think Colt psyched himself out a little bit there, so maybe Brooklyn's gonna go first. And she's crawling down to a lower level so she doesn't have to jump from so high. It looks so high when you're up there. From here, it doesn't look bad. All right, Colt's taking another shot here. I found a new spot for Brooklyn to jump right here. She's gonna find an even shorter place to jump. So hang on, I'm gonna switch out cameras.
That was the first of 7 jumps and it was 8 meters. So proud. Cole took the jump. Brooklyn took her own little jump. I think everybody just needs to go at their own speed, their own pace, and whatever they're comfortable with. I'm really proud of both of them. But we gotta move on. There's a lot more way to go.
We've got another dive here. This one's 3 meters, which is less than half as high as the first one.
It's a slide! Our first slope jump slide.
I don't know if we'll get Brooklyn in. Let's see.
If anybody can get Brooklyn to do anything, it's Daddy. And you guys, let's encourage her.
This water is so refreshing.
Floating along the river.
Careful, there's fish in here. Yeah, they like to bite your butt.
I think that's you. This is just so cool. So cool. I love it. Like, look at that picture. It's so pretty. I'm really so proud of the kids. Like, this is a lot of trekking and jumping and climbing, and we're up for the adventure. I love it.
You know, to use Aaron's terminology, this entire experience feels like one big gratitude moment to me. When we're floating on our backs and just looking up at all the trees and vines and cliffs, canyons, it's so beautiful and so peaceful, and the weather couldn't be more perfect. I don't really have a good sensation of how hot it actually is or how humid it is because we keep getting into the water and it's so refreshing. This is like the world's best water park. Instead of a lazy river, it's an adventure river, and I'm having a blast. This is literally 10 times more fun than I expected it to be.
Still, we're so proud of both of them. To even come here and agree, yeah, we're gonna do this adventure is a pretty big challenge in its own. So they're doing phenomenal, and our guides are helping us feel really safe. They're especially safe and careful with the kids. They've been fantastic. But to touch on the water a little bit, it's not just refreshing, it is a perfect temperature. It is not nearly as cold as I thought it was gonna be. It is like, it's not shockingly cold, like, which was what I expected. It's perfect, I love it.
Here we go.
Everybody move your body.
Okay, this one's about 10 meters, give or take, probably a little bit higher. I wouldn't even be doing it except that Melvin at mom duty did a jump about this high, and I have to do it, because we're brothers. What's for you, Melvin?
Nah,
nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it, really.
I'm gonna jump at the 5-meter one, and it's gonna be scary, but I'm gonna do it.
You seem like you're really loving this.
Yeah. The first jump was my favorite because it was the scariest.
Yeah?
You jumped from like
10 meters.
No. Dad jumped from more than 10 meters.
More than 10 meters?
That was like 20 meters.
How many feet do you think that was?
That was probably like 50 feet.
I don't know, we'll have to do the math on that.
50, 60 feet. 50, 60 feet.
Poor Brooklyn's struggling a bit because the water is getting cold. The longer you're in it, the colder it feels. We have done so much. Phil jumped off of the 10 meter. We did a human train. We got together and held hands in the circle. We went through a little mini cave. We slid. We slowed. We sliced. But we have one more jump left to do. We are almost done.
For my money, it just doesn't get any better than the Philippines. I mean, they really do have everything, and this is why we keep coming back, because there's no shortage of different islands and different environments, different ecosystems, different activities and adventures and people, and we're just blown away. Like, you can't even imagine how in love we are with the Philippines.
When you come here, don't forget to look up. You concentrate on your feet so much and you're looking down so much, but you've got to look up. This forest here is so stunning. It's beautiful. The vibrancy of the greens are so pretty. And to just soak it all in, you have to look up to get the full experience. Cole's gonna do the last jump, and it started to rain. So it's kind of fun. Now we're jumping in the rain. We've reached the end, and Brooklyn's finally getting really excited about something. She wants to do this rope swing here. Woo! Jump!
Good way to end the adventure, honey?
Yeah, we ended on a good note, and how sweet were our guides to carry you in the water that last little bit. That was so nice of them. I think we're famished. I think we're so hungry. We gotta get these kids some snacks or lunch or something like that.
Well, I think we all had a really good time, even though Brooklyn was very cold for a lot of it. Started off a whole lot better when you weren't cold yet, and ended on a great note with the swing, right? This is a must-do. I'm so glad that our friends at Mom Duty recommended this, because they're absolutely right. This is phenomenal. I can't imagine a more spectacular way to enjoy the natural beauty of the Philippines. Thank you.
I guess Colt's not as hungry as we are because we can't get him off the swing. He's going again. All right, bud.
Time to go.
Come on, bud.
Nope, time to go. Come here.
Conveniently, at the very end, they have a ton of stalls with chicken intestines, hot dogs, pork, chicken blood. So the kids each really want the chicken intestines, and I'm really proud of them. They're exposed to so many different kinds of food, and it looks the best to them, and they're going for it. Awesome. I got Phil and I just the chicken meat skewers. So we picked a stall, and now we're gonna go sit down behind it and wait for our food to be ready. Ooh. Yes. All right, guys.
Oh, it looks
here. So here's your skewer, Brooklyn. Your skewer.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It tastes like barbecue sauce because it's got like juicy. That's good.
She likes it.
She's a big fan of Filipino street food, like our Cebu City street food tour, which was incredible. She was even eating balut by choice, and we just love the street food scene here. So this is a perfect way to end the day. How's the chicken, baby?
So good. The barbecue sauce is really good.
Brooklyn, do you want to try it? Do you want to try the chicken?
This is better.
Oh, really? Well, let me try. Kids are right. The intestines is better. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, and I have some hanging.
I got Aaron some mango, and I got Colt and me some rice, hanging rice.
I want my own slice, not my own mango.
I don't know if I can share. I love mangoes. Mangoes are my favorite.
Good.
Cole, you want to try some of the sticky rice? So just put your finger and pinch it, pull it up.
Oh, that's so good.
Good rice. Philippines have the best mango in the world. And Phil knows how to make me happy. He saw the mango, he knew it'd put a smile on my face. I have a happy tummy now.
Sticky rice.
Which island in the Philippines do they say has the best mango?
Maybe Davao? Maybe? I don't know. We haven't been to Davao Island yet, or Davao City. That's definitely on our list.
All right, I'm gonna get another mango for Brooklyn and then we're gonna hit the road.
We just stepped back in the water. I feel like it's so much colder. I feel like it got colder as we went down because that first jump we did was really nice. It really was kind of warm water.
I wonder if there's another motorcycle ride in our future.
It's a long line to get out of here. I think, you know why? I think it's because we're all so exhausted. At the beginning, we're all gung-ho, everybody's jumping and moving, and I feel like we barely saw anybody on the course while we were out there. But now, we're all kind of like tired and sore, a little banged up, and we're going slow. Ah, see, this is warm.
Let me wash my dogs off.
All right, wash your dogs. We have a 5-minute walk up this hill.
Why is it that all of our canyoneering trips end with a 5-minute walk up a hill?
Because we go down the canyons and stuff. I actually enjoy that burn, that feeling in your legs when you're tired, that lactic acid that's building, and you know that your muscles are working, and when they're tired, that means they're growing.
And it's early. It's 4:30 a.m. We're excited.
Morning, buddy. It's funny how time zones work because right now it is 4:30 and it's pitch dark, but I feel like in Bali it was already getting light by 4:30. So, you know, within that time zone, it just depends on how far east or west you are. This is not a terribly early morning for us, but it just feels like it because it's dark and because we're kind of rushed to get to our ride out to the adventure today. Getting everything packed up here. So much stuff for an adventure like this. To pack the water bag stuff and the normal stuff. I really should have done this last night, but that's not my style. Sunglasses, fruit, keys. Kiddos ready?
Gotta get the kids some breakfast.
Our resort, Fantasy Lodge, packed us a sack breakfast this morning, and I think it's just some breakfast sandwiches, maybe some fruit. Well, the roosters are crowing, so we know it's time to be up anyway. The kids did a pretty incredible job of getting up this morning, considering pretty early for them.
We got breakfast, but no coffee for me yet. I'm gonna have to find some. Oh wow, look at this. This is a new vehicle. The sun's starting to come up. We're at a little town. This is a tight squeeze. It's a 20-minute drive to Oslob, and this town seems to be awake, more awake than we really still are.
I'm super awake, FYI.
I need coffee. I can't even, my brain's not functioning until I have coffee. I'm not the only one in the world who feels that way about coffee in the morning.
All right, I'm gonna pick up the slack because I feel great. It's important for us to note that we actually had this adventure booked when we came here our very first time in the Philippines last year. And once we made it to Cebu, we decided not to. We started to see a little bit of chatter online about how they chum the whale sharks here to attract them. And some people aren't really okay with that. So we nixed this particular activity, did our Cebu City street tour episode instead. Then we scheduled another adventure along these lines in Donsol, Philippines, because we heard they didn't chum the sharks at all. And what happened there was we came up completely empty-handed. By the time we were on the boat, in the rain, they told us that it had actually been more than a month since anyone had even seen a whale shark out there. So I guess that's the difference between chumming and not chumming, is you're almost guaranteed to see whale sharks and swim with them, or you're almost guaranteed to not see them at all. But since then, our really good friends over at Mom Duty channel went on the adventure here in Oslob and said that it was actually fantastic. And do they throw a little bit of chum in the water? Yes, they do. I really think that the impact to the ecosystem is absolutely minimal. And at the same time, it gives our family the ability to enjoy these majestic creatures up close and personal, to learn about them on that level, and then to be able to share that same footage with other people around the world who will never get to have this experience.
Woo! That was long-winded and excellent. Excellent way to explain everything. Now I found some coffee.
Okay, go get your coffee. I am blown away by the size of this line, even though we got up and got here as early as we did.
Now that I have my coffee, I can think a little bit better. but they still do a really good job of protecting the whale sharks. They don't allow you to have any sort of sunblock at all, even if it's eco-friendly sunblock in the water with them. They strictly enforce that you cannot touch them. They can come and touch you if they come too close. So you can tell they really care about these animals, they really care about the ecosystem, and they're doing a really good job of protecting all of it. I just had to sign our names, put our gender, and what country we're from.
Cebu. I'll be giving you a short orientation.
That was a little safety briefing. Now, Samboan, where we're staying at Fantasy Lodge, is on the east coast of, Samboan is on the west coast of Cebu, and Oslob is on the east coast of Cebu. So last night we had a gorgeous sunset, and this morning we're getting a really beautiful sunrise.
Did you know that whale sharks can grow up to 18 meters long and can weigh up to 24 tons?
34 tons.
34 tons. And their mouths can be 1 meter wide.
And think about what this does for this community. I mean, the municipality of Oslob, if you could make just $10 off of every single person here, that's a massive amount of money. Millions of dollars a year that's being pumped into the local economy. How much did we pay for this, baby?
I have no idea. I think off the top of my head, maybe around up to $300 for the 4 of us. It includes the transportation. Oh, and this also includes an activity we're doing after the whale sharks. And the transportation and breakfast.
Crowds to me are a little bit overwhelming, but I think what's gonna happen is we're gonna get in a boat and then we're gonna push off and you're gonna start to be removed from those crowds. And once you're underwater swimming with the sharks, I think all of that just kind of floats away and you're just going to enjoy the peacefulness of the experience. That's what I think.
So far we've been waiting here for about a half an hour, waiting for our number to be called. And I don't know how far back in the line we are. What was the last number they called?
I think it might be in the 60s or 70s.
Oh, so we might be getting close because right now I hear them calling in the 60s and we're number 72.
But so far, getting here as early as we did, it was barely getting light out. We have been in lines for about an hour so far. So I think you got to get here early. I don't know what it's like if you show up here at noon. Maybe the whales are gone by then too.
Because they're full. They're eating their breakfast now. We gotta get them when they're still hungry.
Good point.
Area for boarding.
72, that's us. Oh, for boarding, they said. So we're close, we're going. I don't know, I just saw everybody else getting undressed. I thought that's what I was supposed to do. So I got undressed.
Coty?
Thank you.
Want to put it on?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Time to get serious.
Cool, are you excited?
Yeah.
I wonder what they chum with because I'm pretty sure that the whale shark's natural meal is kelp.
Their natural meal is zooplankton and small fish.
I meant plankton when I said that. I don't know why I said kelp.
I think you were thinking not kelp, but help, because the small fish, when they're getting eaten, they go, help, help, help. And it sounds like kelp. You happy, bud?
Yes.
It's happening!
Take care of your camera.
Yeah.
Morning, ma'am.
Super wet.
Good morning, sir.
I don't even know if they're showing one of the whale sharks.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel, except we're not going to do that. But what a difference between this and Donsol. That experience was something completely different.
I think in a good way. I actually really, really like the Donsol way of doing it, but the offset is that you aren't guaranteed. You're definitely guaranteed here. Like they're right in front of us. Ah! It's our time. We're getting in. Just put on our masks. And then we go.
Looks like third time's definitely the charm.
There we go. Okay, guys. How do I look? Cold's already in. Oh, the water's perfect. The vests are mandatory in the boat, but then once you're out here, you can take it off. Oh, the water's so nice.
Don't let their names fool you. These massive creatures aren't whales at all. They're actually world's largest living fish. And the world's largest sharks too. We love getting to see them up close because they all have unique spots and patterns on them.
They're like fingerprints because they're different on each individual shark.
And since they have the same lifespan as humans, you could potentially see the same whale sharks if you come back for multiple visits.
But there'll always be new sharks in the water each year because females actually produce eggs that hatch inside of them, and they give birth to up to 300 babies at a time.
Unfortunately, most won't grow up to be adults. The most fascinating fact about whale sharks is they have tiny little teeth on their eyeballs called dermal denticles. They are the only vertebrates with this feature.
In case you don't know what a vertebrate is, it's an animal with a backbone.
Wow.
One more. 1, 2, 3.
That was so cool. They are huge. I actually didn't expect them to be quite as big as they were, but their mouths open up so big because they're chasing that chum, and they come so close to you because they are not afraid. They're just after that chum.
Touch you?
No, we're not allowed to touch them.
No, but did they touch you?
Well, no, because you have to back away if they try.
Okay, one touched me, or one or two.
Yeah, the kids are better at this than we are, probably because they're more nimble and they can swim faster, but the tail caught my leg at one point. Tried to stay away from them as they got close, but they swim faster than us, so it was difficult at times.
You excited to discuss that with Nia since she just did it?
Yeah. The water is such a deep blue color out there, the deeper you get, and so the further away they are, you can't see them at all, and then they kind of just appear right in front of you, it seems. We need to use these freshwater showers over here and rinse the salt water off of us.
Can I go first? I have jellyfish things all over my chin and I want to wash off your face.
Are you that miserable, buddy?
It's so cold.
Well, we're not done yet. That's just the first part of the day. So we're gonna get back in the van and head to the next little excursion.
I wonder if we even get in the van because I can see our next little excursion from there. From here, it's right out there. Across the street. They just booked it, our guide, so we're trying to keep up. I was wrong. We're getting in the car. Just got dropped off at a dock, which makes more sense because we have to take a boat where we're going. We have our extra water, got our gear, and we're just following instructions. We're going wherever they tell us to go. I just got a ton of more information. So our lunch is included in the packet, but we have an allowance. It's included like up to a certain amount. So I think we order a la carte at the restaurant. There's so many activities on here we'll show you once we get there. Now we're gonna go and catch our boat and head to Sinlog Island. The whole island is taken over by these activities. We're gonna have a lot to do there. Get on the boat. It is 8 a.m. and we're gonna be spending several hours before there's gonna be a boat back. And there's a lot to do.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna take a while.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
It should have taken a while because he should have inspected my other backpack, but I don't think he even noticed that one on my back. I wasn't gonna point it out. I know I don't have any contraband.
That's pretty neat. The way it like swings around the bridge. So we're pushing back, heading out.
We're just sitting here right now. There's another boat just like ours that's already at the dock, so I have a feeling we have to wait for that one to leave so that we can take the spot.
Very wise observation. Phil might be right here. Unagi. He's usually right. It looks like they're backing out, so our turn to slip in. Right when we get off the boat, there is a resort here, so you can actually stay on this island. But we're going this way. We're just following the signs and the people, and we have to find some food. Phil hasn't even eaten yet.
Starving.
This way, restaurant. Found the bar. Oh, and the restaurant is pointed this way. Oh, actually, I see one right there.
So 2 restaurants here. The one over here is only for the in-house guests, people who are staying on the island. And then the bar is open to everybody. And then Pulo restaurant down here where we're headed is open to day guests like us. That water looks awesome, although the beach is very rocky and sharp from the coral.
I see mangoes. Okay, I'm probably gonna need some more coffee and some of those mangoes over there. We got a table for breakfast and Phil's gonna take over from here.
Fresh mango juice, like fresh squeezed. That tastes like a mango, just pressed into a glass. It doesn't taste like juice, it just tastes like a mango. That's nuts.
We'll see about that. I'm the biggest mango fan there is. Oh my gosh, you couldn't be more right. And it's almost like that perfect like chunkiness in there. Like it's not chunky, it's just like slushy. Oh, it tastes really like I'm biting into the fruit.
I got fresh pineapple juice, 80% foam.
Finally getting a proper meal, a proper breakfast, and I know Phil won't be so hangry anymore. And then we can check out all the activities around here. There is so much to do. I don't even know what we're gonna start with.
Yeah, I'm almost done already, actually.
Now I have the real deal. I'm only at my happiest when I have a mango. They are so good here. All right, we're fueled up. What do you guys want to do first?
Kayaking. No, the cave. The cave.
They have a cave and a grotto on this island. Let's go find it. The cave is on the trek trail, so I think we follow this path and just look for the signs. I feel healthier when we're traveling because of all the activities and excursions and walking and snorkeling and climbing, all the stuff that we do. I feel like we're constantly exercising all day long. We are totally failing. We are lost, so we're hitching a ride. Cheating a little.
We have no idea where we're going, so we just asked them. People are like, how about if we just give you a ride? And they're like, yeah, that sounds good. So we're gonna take a little shuttle.
Much easier. Let's see if they pass where we tried to go. What's that? Yamashita Cave. According to legend, Japan looted Asia before and during World War II. The alleged looted treasure was named after Japanese general Tomoyuki Yamashita, also known as the Tiger of Malaya.
What? What? What is it?
No, come here. There's a massive spider. It's Gina.
Massive spider? Oh, let me come right in. Colt says there's a massive spider in there. Here we go. Oh my God. Colt's right.
Another one.
Where?
Oh no, it's in the shadow. Creepy, creepy.
Well, I guess that's spider marks as far as the Lockwoods are going. But the interesting thing about these caves, they were created because before and during World War II, Japanese looted the Philippines and had ships of treasures, and the Americans actually bombed the Japanese ships. And when they started to sink, they tried to save as much of the loot as they could, and they hid it in caves just like that one.
If I had to choose between using a cave like that to survive out in the wild or just having to live out in the open, I would live out in the open.
Because of the spiders?
I don't do spiders.
Or snakes.
Or snakes. It is so hot and so humid, we're gonna go do something way, way cooler.
Like totally cool, man. It's gonna be so cool to be groovy. Ooh, the water's so cool. Woo!
Is this way better, guys? Way better than sweating through the jungle?
Yes. What's Marco Polo thing?
All right, I'm in. Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Polo.
Enough pool time. I want to go play in the ocean. We're gonna do some snorkeling. Oh, look at this beach. It is all coral. I'm so glad I still have my flip-flops on. This would be hard to walk in. This is like walking on a mound of Legos. I feel like I'm being home alone. Ow! Woo!
There's trash everywhere.
Woo! I was hoping this was gonna be a really good snorkel spot because we found such great snorkeling whenever we've been to the Philippines. But it's just a lot of rocks and a lot of broken coral down there. I'm not seeing a ton of fish. I'm not seeing like a big ecosystem. But it's still fun to play and swim in the ocean. I love watching Brooklyn underwater. She's like a little fish. Let's go get some mango smoothies. Mango smoothie. Oh, it's mango pineapple. Woo! Thank you. I love the festive glass and the festive garnish. That is way more mango taste than pineapple. I love it.
Okay. Now, let's finish these drinks. We're gonna get back on the boat. We're gonna head back to our resort and kind of call it a day. This has been a fantastic experience for the better part of this day. So So after that third trip, we knew we wanted to spend even more time in the Philippines, and we had to do something to make the arrangement a bit more permanent.
Plus, our besties found a condo, and we don't want to miss out on that fun. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery, and we are copying our very best friends, the Ocampos at Mom Duty, because they just found their condo here in BGC after looking for a while. So we're gonna meet up with them, and we're gonna get all the advice we can get.
And we're not meeting them just anywhere. We're gonna go right back to the very first place we ever met them earlier this year, the Mine Museum.
We're recreating our first date a little bit, and it's just a few blocks from where both of us are staying right now.
We don't know you guys. My name is Melvin, and with a Nancy.
How are you, Melvin? How you doing, buddy?
That was the longest hug ever, and I'm happy.
My name is Melvin.
Starting to sweat already, dripping. Melvin's already dripping. I have like my bandana for him, so I can wipe him all day.
That's brilliant. I need one of those.
So this is where it all started, guys. Right here. It all started right here.
I feel like they're growing up together.
All right, guys, we gotta pick your brains about condo shopping here because we gotta find our place now that you have found your place. But who wants to do it over maybe some mimosas at brunch?
Mimosas for brunch?
I don't know.
Let's go! So freaking excited to hang out with the ABC fam this whole week.
We're gonna take them to Dr. Wine. It is a little spot that's actually right under where we're staying right now, and we've heard really good things about it.
This actually isn't our first time here because the very first time we were in BGC, the Ocampos took us to Dr. Wine. Repeat, history repeats itself yet again.
Ah, I forgot about that. I didn't know we'd been here. We've got our own little section over here. Private party. What do you want to order, babe?
I think I'm just gonna get the same thing the Ocampos get. Just copy everything.
So flattered.
Love you guys.
Why BGC? Why not other areas in Metro Manila?
BGC was very family friendly. I like Philippines because it's safe and there's lots of there are people who respect people. So they respect the area and how clean it is in BGC. Respect the rules. There's not a lot of trash there. So that's a couple things I like about BGC. There's no trash.
Sold. That's it. Sold. We're moving now. Thanks, Noxie.
That was a great point that Knox talked about because that's also something that we value. Safety first. Just feels so good here. It's very family friendly.
Yeah, the walkability score here is like through the roof.
Yeah.
The pedestrians are priority number one here, so you get that feel of safety, and you also have that convenience. So when you're going, I love the fact that you can just go down and walk out of your building, and you're literally steps away from all these restaurants like Dr. Wine. I mean, there's about 300 plus restaurants around us. Combine that with the warmness of the Filipino people. And I'm not trying to be biased here because I'm Filipino, but they are very warm and welcoming. That's what I love about that. So you combine that with this, it's amazing.
The warmth that you get here, the community that we've been craving for so long is so welcoming.
We really don't feel complete here without the Lockwoods. So the Lockwoods must move here.
Please, come move, be our neighbors.
Yes, copy. All right, I guess we're just gonna toast on it.
Here.
Phil.
To the Ocampo Woods in the BGC. Let's let the apartment shopping begin. Now, let's go meet our realtor.
First, we need refreshments. Hey, may I please get wintermelon lemonade medium with brown sugar? May I get a wintermelon milk tea with brown sugar tapioca pearls, 80% sugar level, less ice, please. Thank you.
We gotta go. Bring the juices with us. We'll drink on the road because we're supposed to meet our realtor in about 5 or 10 minutes. But luckily, everything is really close together. We're probably only a block away from where we're going, and we're gonna walk from one building to another because everything is so close together and walkable here. Our favorite thing to do.
Since we've been traveling the world for 3 years officially now, and I constantly talk about how hot and humid some of the places we travel to are, I'm officially retiring that concept. You will never ever hear me say that it is hot or humid again.
I went the wrong direction.
Today of all days, it is so hot and humid. Can we please just get there?
I knew that was gonna be an issue.
The only one that seems to be more confused about where we're going than Aaron is Google Maps. Just keeps changing the location, changing the directions.
Right there, it says Verve Residences, Tower 2, and that is where we're supposed to be. Are you JR?
Yes.
Yes? Hi.
I'm Froylan. Hi, sir. How are you? Hello.
Hi, Brooklyn. And JR is the Ocampo's realtor too. They hooked us up.
All right, so we have one place to look at in here today?
Yes.
We're gonna check out the first place. We're only looking at 3-bedroom units. 35th floor? Ooh, 35th floor.
Get this apartment. You probably get used to it pretty fast.
I love the positivity. Nice and bright hallways.
And smells of fresh paint. Built in 2019, 4 years old.
Oh, I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Brooklyn loved it.
Wait, this will be my room. Oh my gosh, yes, this has to be my room because you know why? In our apartment that we have right now, I have this in my room, and every morning, like, because I wake up super early, I just go out and stare at the sky while listening to music. And this would be my bathroom.
So would this one come furnished?
Yes.
Yeah, so all the stuff here stays.
The bed there is really small. Really? Yeah, you guys can never fit on that boat together without complaining.
Oh, no. It's short, so
Sure.
it's misleading.
We're off to a really good start. I love this unit.
And right here is High Street.
And this is the closet hallway. So there are 4 total. I'll get 3, Phil gets 1. There's just one vanity sink in here, but a walk-in shower. I'm guessing there aren't bathtubs. All right, I want to look at this kitchen real quick. Love the countertops. It's got basically everything we need, but I'm a little curious. The stove is very small for the space they allotted for it.
I've become one of the counter.
But I don't cook much, so I don't think it matters.
I think that's pretty much par for the course. Same in the place that we're staying right now. Same with the refrigerator. But yeah, I mean, especially for the Ocampo's neighbors, we are probably not gonna eat in here very often. Maybe breakfast, sometimes lunch. For the most part, we're gonna be eating at every restaurant in BGC.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not cooking. But we're off to a very, very good start. I really like this place. It is listed for 150,000 Filipino pesos, which is approximately, I think that's about $2,500 USD per month.
I like that it's plug and play. TVs, not just out here, we've got one in our bedroom. So 2 TVs. I mean, we really don't have to buy anything as far as furnishings.
We would have to buy things like towels and linens and, you know, there's still things we would need. But this isn't the most important part. Most important part is the rest of the building. Let's go check that out. Thanks a lot. Brooklyn is asking us how we rate it on different levels, and so she's keeping track of the score. What does this one have, honey?
34.5.
We'll have to compare that because we still have to rate the building itself, the gym and the pool.
And those points are out of a maximum total of 40 then, right? Because it's 4 of us who are voting?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you start carrying a bandana, baby, so you can dab my face like Rocio does for Melvin?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. There's no AC in the elevators.
Going down.
Ooh-wee. It feels nicer with the breeze. Outside is cooler.
We're gonna take a quick look at the clubhouse area right now called the function room. So if we wanted to throw a huge party with the Ocampos or a big meet and greet, this is where we could do it.
Or a wedding? This is a huge, huge room. There's a lot we could do in here. Meet and greet was the first thing I thought of. There's a play area.
I think this is for kids smaller than you.
I think she's outgrown this.
Okay, let's go. All right, where's this gym? Very important. Uh-oh, we lost everybody. Also, where's Colt?
This water is really cold. That's gonna be nice, especially for Phil, on a very hot day.
That feels good. All right, we gotta go though.
This is the lounge area.
This would be good for a meet and greet also. Okay, now this is the real pool, huh?
It's shared with both towers. So we were in Tower 2, this is Tower 1, and they only have one really big pool.
Right now, I am specifically focused on if there are any high places I can jump from into the water.
Here's the gym. Plenty of cardio. 4 treadmills, 4 stationary bikes, dumbbells, racks, free weights, lots of benches, functional equipment. Checks all the boxes. It'll work. It'll get the job done. Apparently there's an upper level we gotta check out.
This is like an open space dance studio. You could do yoga up here or practice your TikTok dances.
It looks like the Macarena.
Whatever. I feel like I would come up here if I was alone and I would do my own little workout, my isolated workouts for my abs, stuff like that.
There's a 25-degree difference, well, Fahrenheit, there's a 25-degree difference between upstairs and downstairs in here. I'm not sure what that is in Celsius. 5 degrees? 7 degrees?
I worry about her and our schedule. So what do you guys think of this building and this unit?
I think this is my favorite one so far. It's also the only one.
The Ocampos, here's another factor we have to consider. We want to be as close to our besties as we can. And they're gonna be, without giving anything away, about 2.5 to 3 blocks away from here. Not bad. We'll have to consider that after Brooklyn tallies up the scores between the 3 units we're gonna see. The next building we're gonna see is right next door, and they have a coffee shop right at the very bottom. And this building is called the Meridian.
This is a nice, cool, air-conditioned lobby. 30th floor for this one, so a little bit lower, which Aaron is probably happy about.
Barely lower though, it's still high. Oh, so a different layout here, and it feels like it's bigger. It feels more open.
All right, so what's the price on this one?
This one is $140 with parking, but parking is about $5,000 per month, which we don't need.
When you say 140, what does that mean?
140,000 pesos. So this one is a little less, but this is the master bedroom we're in here. And whoo, got dizzy. But this is a really pretty view. There's a lot of park area right in front of us. Can't look. And then this is the 3rd bedroom. So probably where Brooklyn would be if we had this unit. And it looks like there's a balcony, but just windows, no access to it.
How many bathrooms in this one? Since there's no ensuite for this room, is it 2?
2 bathrooms here. There might be another one in the maid's quarters, the Yaya quarters. I like how the kitchen is open. I like this layout. Another bathroom.
Yeah.
Yes, but Yaya's bathroom. So some apartments have that space, so a Yaya, which is a maid or housekeeper, can live in and stay there. So the next place we see, it's in the same building, right?
Thank you, bud.
You're welcome.
Pool looks very similar to the Verve. Oh, here's the gym. I would say that the gym is very similar in quality and versatility to the last place, so either or.
Is it on or something?
There you go. It's just got a lot of weight on it.
JR, what kind of deposit do they require?
It's standard is 2 months security deposit that will be returned to you after the lease.
And are all these prices negotiable, or are they pretty set?
They're actually pretty set.
So we have one more. Okay, one more unit. We had to come back down to the lobby because it is different tower and a different owner of the unit. What floor is this one on?
This is 33.
33.
Do you like high floor or low floor?
Hi.
Oh, it's late lunchtime, so.
You're gonna be really excited about the couch. Oh yeah. The couch is really comfy, but like I feel like after a while it's gonna feel stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dining table is great. This room is great. Look at mirror. I'm taking that, by the way. If we get this, I'm stealing that.
I like that this has a vanity.
And a full-length mirror.
And we're missing that where we're staying right now. And then this is the hall of closets here. Oh, purple. The ube closets. Now I'm hungry for dessert. And these lights are interesting. I like them. I think they add character. So this is Colt's or Brooklyn's?
I don't know.
This is Colt's room. Okay. And over here, actually all the bedrooms have this view. This is High Street, right below here. And our realtor was telling us that it's really pretty at night when it gets lit up. Oh, and there's the Nike store. We have a view of the 3D billboard, 4D billboard.
Okay, so also 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom.
Right.
Not counting the Yaya quarters.
That's right, which is right over this way. Past the kitchen, a lot of counter space. Again, with the ranges being much smaller than the space they fit into. Okay, so this is the first I've seen a washer and a dryer. It has the Yaya bathroom, and this is the first time we've seen an actual bed or mattress in the Yaya quarters. And this unit is 150,000 pesos, right in that same range. Thank you. That's a heavy door.
Thanks, Evie.
Thank you.
All right, that's actually really exciting stuff. Thanks for showing us. Pleasure to meet you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, sure.
I think there was one we clearly liked over the others, but I don't know how the timing's gonna work for us or not. So we'll talk.
Thank you so much. Bye, sir. Bye, ma'am.
I'm gonna go from least to greatest on what our favorite apartment is. The least, it was actually a tie between the second and the third apartment. Both of them were 30. They were in the same building, so the gym part, I guess, was a 26.9.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we know the winner, right?
Yeah, and at number one is the first apartment, 34.5, and the building in general was 32.5.
Woo! I believe it. I loved that unit. That was clearly my favorite. So that was everybody's favorite, ranked at the highest? Let me point something out to you. The first unit was the only one where you each had your own bathrooms.
The first apartment was definitely a clear winner for me. I think that the building was newer, the units seemed to be a lot newer and cleaner. But for better or for worse, we can't pull the trigger right now because it is mid-September and we really couldn't start a long-term lease until January at the earliest. So I think what we're gonna need to do is keep looking and seeing if it's still available when we're ready to pull the trigger and really planning around being in something for the new year.
At least though we have a lay of the land and we understand the buildings. We only saw 2 buildings, but it gave us an idea of what we're looking for. And now when we see future units become available in those buildings, we have a better understanding of if we're gonna like them or not on paper before seeing them. He's the lizard king, finds them everywhere. Well, we really hope that you stick around with us to see what we end up in. Next time we come back, we're gonna do some more shopping and we're gonna be here more and more because we truly love the Philippines. We truly love BGC. And we truly love our besties that we have to live close to. Our condo hunting had to be put on hold for a little side trip.
We all loved our Coron Island experience so much that we had to get back out to Palawan to check out what all the fuss with El Nido was about. Adios, Manila.
Goodbye, Manila. This was an awesome stay. We loved this little place we found, but it's not where we're going to buy. We need a 3-bedroom if we're gonna be here longer term. So keep up with us, see what we decide, but now we're going to El Nido!
You guys gonna miss BGC for this trip?
Yeah!
Are you excited about El Nido?
We're going to miss our besties, the Ocampos at mom duty, but we are excited about El Nido. We've got really fun stuff planned.
All right, buddy.
We're ready to go.
Okay, guys, there we go. Hi, Alan, thank you. We're not 100% confident which terminal this is in. Doing a quick search, it looks like Terminal 4. That's one thing about the Manila airport. It's you can't walk or take a little tram from one terminal to the next, and we got it wrong on our last trip out here and had to get a taxi back, and it was really close on timing, so it can be very stressful if you pick the wrong one and you need to switch terminals. It's not a quick little exercise. So looks like Terminal 4 for Swift Airlines.
We are at the right place and it's super confusing, but I'm pretty confident we're here in the right spot. We're looking for air sweat. I see it over here. No, it's all ours.
After baggage,
You got some really good moves, buddy.
I call it the Goofy Orange Justice.
We get little stickers to identify us for going on the right flight. I'm gonna stick it on Phil. Hey guys.
Having all sorts of problems with my bags today. My suitcase is completely destroyed on the bottom.
I'm going to put this one on your butt.
And this one's a bit overweight, so I need to move some stuff around. Let's see, what's heaviest? Computer.
You can put your computer in my bag.
Okay, let's try that.
Man, that's huge. It's a ginormous laptop.
Have we just met?
Double check your name first at the top of your boarding passes here.
Sign first.
Thank you. They're so friendly. And I feel like I want to mention that I had UCC coffee this morning and I am so wiry and happy. There is something in that coffee. If you haven't heard about it, try it if you come here. Otherwise, just look it up. But there's like a secret ingredient they won't tell anybody, and we think it might be some kind of illegal drug because I feel awesome.
I think this is my favorite part of the Manila airport so far. What do you think, babe? Aaron's eating a little bit of extra food before we board in probably like an hour.
Tastes good. Yeah, I like this part of the airport too. It just seems friendlier.
It's actually really good.
It's time to board already, and I'm surprised. Usually with the smaller airplanes and the shorter flights, you board sometimes 20 minutes before the flight takes off, but we're heading over there 40 minutes early.
If usually you board 20 minutes early, technically we did board 20 minutes early just because we boarded 40 minutes early. If usually you board 20 minutes early, technically we only boarded 20 minutes early.
Kid math.
I think it goes beyond kid math. I think that we're in a special cult math. Actually, wrong flight. It goes so often. This is the one before ours, so we actually will be boarding 20 minutes before the flight. 2 hours later, we're boarding. There was some weather issues, so the flight was on delay, and there wasn't actually weather where we're going in El Nido. It was the surrounding area, so it wasn't safe for the plane to fly around it.
Island hopping in the Philippines is always a crapshoot when it comes to flying because, you know, you just never know with weather, you never know with mechanicals, and I would say we've probably had more flights delayed than not delayed flying in between islands here.
Agreed.
AirSwift handles delays right though. Tell you what, 2 hour delay basically, and we had 2 different snack bags given to us during that period of time. In the US, they wouldn't even give you an apology within the first 3 hours. And they're passing out umbrellas to block the sun. Man, the service is top notch at AirSwift. Way to go. Do you want an umbrella?
No, thank you. I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you. Why did we say no to the umbrellas? I immediately regret this decision.
I don't. I love the sun. For your pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Be at the window. Ready to go.
Very different on the way down.
Our little snack on the plane. First of all, they're delicious. It's jackfruit, pineapple, and banana. Second of all, we get a little bag. I'm really excited.
You guys have fun.
Thanks, you too.
Oh, how cool. Thank you.
And I said, hello.
We're in
El Nido.
I want in on that.
Yeah, I finally got the umbrella. Our transportation is included with our stay for where we're going, which is a special place. We're gonna do beach glamping for this trip.
We've got about a 30 or 40 minute drive to get to the glamping resort, which probably gives us just enough time to cool off before we step back out into the humidity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. Woo! Brooklyn.
Good. Here, take it.
I feel like we're in the jungle.
We are in the jungle.
So that's the check-in area for their sister company, the Nakpan Beach Resort, and we're glamping, so we're gonna be intense. Our toes are already in the sand. And they have cocktails.
Hold on. Hoping for some refreshment. I'm looking for a sign. Found it.
I found the beach and the bar. Hello.
How you doing? Thank you.
Welcome to nice meeting you too. Welcome to
Fresh iced tea, homie.
Iced tea. Hey,
yes.
Cool. Iced tea, bro.
It's like sweet, sour, lemon, lime, sugar. One question. Is he like friendly? Does he have any spots that I shouldn't pet him where he'd get like aggressive?
Yes.
There's a lot of dogs around here, but they really don't want you to touch them or feed them.
So far we have a team of 5 people helping us get to our room right now. To our tent.
Colt already has a lizard in his hand.
Yeah.
He's crying.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to Nakpan. Hi.
Welcome to Nakpan.
Thank you. No photo or other YouTube video on El Nido has done this justice. Just showing up so beautiful. The colors are off the charts. Hey, how's it going? How cool is this setting? Hey, interesting tidbit. This is the closest that Brooklyn and Colt have ever come to actually camping. Their very first camping is glamping. That's total Lockwood style right there. Actually, I guess we have set our tent up in our backyard for them before. Maybe that counts as the closest, but this is the first real remote experience.
We have arrived at our home for the next 4 nights. We're staying in a tent. You gotta come up here and see the view. So this is our deck, and now this is the view. Woo, so we're gonna take our shoes off before we go in the tent.
Heck yeah.
Oh, guess what? It's air conditioned.
I can't even tell you how happy that makes me. I mean, that's more comfortable than a lot of the high-rise places we were just in BGC.
You know what else is funny that I'm pretty excited about? Is that I've got a hairdryer. Now we're gonna have to talk about the bathrooms in a minute, but I'm very happy to report there's a hairdryer.
Pee in a hole? Or do we climb a tree, dig a hole, and then aim for the hole?
The tents all have 2 queen mattresses, and the AC is standard in all of them. There are 2 safes, complimentary water, tea and coffee, along with a stocked refrigerator with complimentary drinks.
Let's be honest, it would probably be pretty unbearable to be in there in the sun and in the heat and the humidity if we didn't have the AC, so should have known better, but you just never know. When we were here in Coron Island, AC was an option in the houseboats, we never used it.
Now we'll talk about the bathrooms. So it is a community bathroom for boys and girls. So this is where we're gonna go to the bathroom, brush our teeth, and shower.
So the format of each one of the bathrooms, and there's one on the front, one on the back, they're identical, is you walk right through these little cowboy doors, and you've got a community sink, and then on one side a lockable shower, on the other side a lockable toilet stall.
A community bathroom is as rough as it gets here. Everything else is really nice and clean and lovely and beautiful and pretty luxurious.
There's a total of 18 tents here. Even though they're in pretty close proximity to one another, you get the sense of privacy because of all the greenery around here. Here's a second building with bathrooms, or as they call them in the Philippines, comfort rooms, CRs.
This is so quiet over here. Here's the pool bar, coincidentally, right next to the pool. We're gonna head to the beach and we have to lock up before we go. So we have this. We've got to get the 2 little zippers, put them together, and then we take the key with us. Oh, the sand is perfect. It's not too hot, probably because it's getting later in the day, but it's really fine and comfortable on your feet, and the water just looks so beautiful. And to see these little islands out here popping out in the middle of the water, it's paradise. It is absolutely paradise. You have to come here.
What are you doing over there, buddy?
Catching some crabs.
Yeah, are you actually catching some?
Yeah.
Cool.
They have huge claws, but they're pretty small bodies.
It's getting a lot deeper, but I see Brooklyn standing up out here, so there must be a sandbar.
Come on in, the water's nice. And Brooklyn tried to go out way far and she could still stand up. You know what I love about this? It's secluded and it feels private. And if you're not into the glamping thing, they have the rooms at the resort that's right next door. But I love how at peace it is here. It's just so quiet and you feel like you have the ocean and the beach to yourself. We practically do.
100%, but I'm getting hungry and I could maybe go for a cocktail. By the way, they're like 3 restaurants on the resort property here, and even more if you just want to walk a little bit right off of resort property.
Hold on, that's not quite accurate. There's one on this resort property, and there's one over there that's a separate property, and down there is separate. So there are 3 within walking distance that we can go to. But we're gonna try Knock Pond Beach Glamping Restaurant.
Look at me, I'm too lazy to change out of my swim trunks, so I practically match tops and bottoms.
But not Brooklyn and I. We actually did the whole shower experience. We were smart enough to keep our suits on, and we used the shower to rinse off the salt water. There's actually a hair dryer in that too. So it worked out really well. It was easy, and I like the shampoo. What more can you ask for? Locked up and ready for dinner and a cocktail. But before we eat, we need to pick out a tour for tomorrow, because we're gonna do an all-day activity day. We have A, B, C, or D choices. Some of them we actually, I think we might have done before. The Secret Lagoon, no we haven't actually, these are all brand new. So tour A?
I like the stuff in A. I think we should do A tomorrow, and then I think we might be ziplining on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, woohoo! Baby wants, baby gets. We're doing A.
The island hopping tour is private, but our ride to get to that tour is shared. And we're kind of under the gun here because apparently we're sharing it with somebody who's trying to get to the airport, and they need to leave a little bit early, so we're rushing to get to the van. Alrighty.
Bumpy ride. Woohoo! Bumpy ride.
We have a short walk to the beach, but most of our stuff is being carried by our 2 guides, Mark Davin, aka Bon Bon, and Ison.
Hello. Hello guys, good morning. Welcome to my vlog.
Looks like we've already lost Aaron and Brooklyn to the short form gods.
We're coming! We're getting fitted for masks and shoes and snorkel just to protect us so we can see underwater, all the equipment we're gonna need for the day. And then I can't wait to get started. The shoes specifically are to protect our feet against sea urchin and jellyfish, sharp rocks.
And here is our boat. She is the Princess Nicole V6, V.6, version 6.
Welcome aboard. We're gonna... The life vests are mandatory for the Coast Guard's eye as we leave, and then...
Don't tell people we're gonna cheat.
I don't think it's cheating. The water seems really calm. We're all good swimmers. Actually, we're not, but everybody else is.
Cool, ready to get wet, buddy?
Yeah. The water actually feels really good when I got in halfway.
Pretty warm, huh?
But it's like perfect because I'm really hot right now and humid, and then when I get in the water, I'll be a little colder and it'll be so refreshing, not even cold.
It's so true. Even though the water is really warm, it's the breeze you get being wet when you come out that is the most refreshing part when it's really a hot day, and it's a hot day. El Nido is about 45 islands. We're gonna see at least 5 of them today. And this whole area is considered a nature reserve, and several areas are turtle sanctuaries too. So no plastics. No plastics.
We have to kayak. This is called Big Lagoon. This is Mini Loc Island. Mini Loc means many lagoons. And we're gonna go into Big Lagoon, but we need to kayak there because it's too shallow for these boats to make it back there. But you're gonna have to get us started, Kay. It's actually nice with the backpack. It's like a seat back for me. It just supports me and I get to sit up. Hey, babe.
The water is so turquoise and crystal clear. I can put my paddle down so far and still see it so clearly. Love these waters. So pretty. Don't forget to look up.
And don't forget to look down. So we went from about 3 feet deep back there to about 80 feet deep right here. So much darker water. It actually looks like a cenote because it's still very clear, beautiful water, but it's so deep, it looks darker. It's so great out here, but we also really want to jump into the water so badly. It looks really refreshing, but they said we have to go up here farther. So let's keep paddling. The guys just went into this little tunnel, so we're gonna see if we can get in here too. Oof, it's tight fit.
It's a very tight fit here.
There we go. Good job, buddy. Excellent navigating, Colt. Well done. Now we should note that when we booked this, they said you really don't have to worry about any of these places being particularly busy because the captains do a good job of coordinating with one another to make sure that there's not too much overlap. And not complaining, like this is great, we're just paddling around and the water's beautiful, but I would call this somewhat busy, somewhat crowded.
This is another one of those hidden gems that's not so hidden or secret, but it is worth coming and seeing this, especially in that cave. I felt like because you can only really go one at a time in single file, so it felt like we had the whole cave to ourselves. And I don't know if you could hear it, but our guides were singing, so we felt serenaded.
All right, I guess we might as well all get in, huh? This crowd is our cue to go, although maybe the rain clouds up there are also.
We gotta get out of here! We got more spots to hit before it starts raining, hopefully. Man, my arms are tired, but that workout was worth it. Now, the rain is normal this time of year, so it'll pretty much come and go, but this is considered the rainy season. Now we've got a 10-minute boat ride to our next little stop.
Stop number 2 is the same island, but a different lagoon. This one's called Secret Lagoon, not because nobody knows about it, obviously, but because you have to go through a little tunnel to get to it. So we've got a little trek.
We gotta get going fast because a line is starting to form. The later you go in the day, the more crowded it is, and you can only go in pretty much one at a time. So let's go. We've gotta get in line here. Look at that dog, I think he's fishing. He's like staring into the water, waiting for a fish to come and he's gonna grab it. It's one at a time and we have to watch our head. These rocks are pretty sharp. Ooh.
Watch your head, sweetheart. Don't lift it up.
Oh, it's cold.
Uh-oh, Brooklyn's not gonna like that. Is this the exit also? Yeah.
This water is really cold, so it's a mixture of the salt water on that side and fresh water over here. Big contrast in temperature. Don't forget to look up. It's amazing! Oh, awesome.
This is a really cool cave. I'm glad that we came here, but the water isn't blue or clear. It's very gray and opaque. It's also chilly water. It just looks really cool. Looks like you're in a bat cave, and we're ready to go.
Our guys just told us there's 3 kinds of water in here. There's 70-something% salt water, 20-something% fresh water, and 5% human.
5%, that's not bad. I think swimming pools are like 8.
Mark Rober did an episode on the swimming pool pee. Gross. All right, on to the next one. We're parking at Simiso Island.
Simiso, yeah.
Simiso. Am I saying it Simiso?
Yeah.
Simiso Island, and it means clear water in Japanese.
But there's a secondary legend for how it got its name, and this one goes back to a Japanese woman diver who got stuck in some of the underwater tunnels going in through here, ran out of air in her tanks, and died. Her name? Simiso.
This is our lunch spot, our picnic on the beach, and right now it's private. So we have this log, our dining table, and we had to order ahead of time from our resort what we were gonna have for lunch. So we all have the same thing. It's rice, fried chicken, some corn, and then just different sauces. The kids have gravy, and this is teriyaki.
So we're gonna re-energize and then head to the next spot, which is actually not far.
But we've got to get back on the boat because now we're gonna go snorkeling. We're gonna see what's under the water now. We're at Twin Islands, and they call it Twin Islands because these 2 towering rocks are actually connected to each other. When it's low tide, you can see where they're connected on the bottom. It gets really shallow there, so that's why they're twins. Holding hands. But we're gonna head underwater and do some snorkeling. Wow, that was so beautiful under there. The Philippines has the best snorkeling that we have ever seen, and we've been around. But every time we come to the Philippines, every time there's a snorkel spot, I am blown away, and I think that I could spend hours under there. Colt could probably spend hours under there with me. We were definitely the last to get out of the water.
Yes, so many fish down there. Like, that was a real wildlife refuge. Also quite a bit of rain, so glad that we're probably getting to the end of that right now, but I think it is time for us to head back. We've got one more adventure coming up here that's gonna be hopefully the most epic.
It's a new day, we have new outfits, and we have new Nido Adventures, and our adventures are gonna start way up this hill.
It's a paved road, but it's too steep of a road for our van to make it up here. That's why we're walking. And if there's one thing the kids love to do, it's walk. Look at you guys.
This reminds me of the Ninja Village when we did that tilted room. You know it's gonna be a really good day when you start off with that burning butt workout feeling.
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Our trucks couldn't make it up. Brooklyn may not be a big fan of hiking and climbing, but when she does, she almost always finishes first.
I'll go on the zip line first.
We are going to zip line, but first a little poll. Who in this family has ever been ziplining before? Show of hands.
Does the Ninja Village count?
Nope. No, Colt ziplined in Bali.
I'm the only one who's ziplining.
So we're going from being in the water to above the water. We're gonna go from one island to another, although it looks like the water level is low enough right now that technically these two bodies of land are connected. How do we get back after we zipline?
I didn't think that far ahead. I don't know. This wasn't something we could book in advance. It's first come, first serve. It looks like we're first because we got here right when it opens at 9 a.m. Hello. Good morning.
So if we do one way, how do we get back over here?
You will take the two-way, sir. You will do zip line twice. So from the landing area, sir, you need to walk uphill first. And then that is 120 steps before doing the other zip line, sir, and going down.
You want to zip line down and then walk back? Or is it, so you want to climb? Over there, you're going to have to climb. So either way, we're climbing a mountain. Okay, I guess we're doing two-way. You going to go first, babe?
I'm really, really nervous about these kids. I'm sure it's super safe because they do this all the time. But when it comes to your babies, it never feels good. I feel so nervous, like my stomach is turning. Oh my God, it's gonna be harder to watch them go than to do it myself.
Excuse me. Before you make it to the end, just put your head on like this and put up your nose like this. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God, it's so cool! Oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever! I'm so high! I think I'm stuck. Yeah, I think I'm stuck. I'm going back. I'm going back.
Hello, brother.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm also stuck, and it's kind of scary. I got stuck. That was one of the coolest things I've ever done. I got stuck.
Oh my God, I hope they're having fun. I hope they're having fun. Now I feel better knowing that they're safe, this is working. I just hope they're having a good time. Brooklyn asked me if she could swear. Nobody can hear her, so I'd say go for it.
Okay, our turn. Stuck.
I got stuck. I didn't make it. I got stuck. Okay, there we go. That was awesome! Oh my gosh, that was exhilarating. I loved it. Loved it. Felt totally secure and like the view you get up there and the wind under you. It was awesome. I loved it. I could do that over and over and over.
Well, good, because you get to do it again now.
One more time.
After a little bit of a climb.
Let's hike. Let's go to the next one. It's like 140 steps to the next one. Is that right?
120 steps to the next one. You got this, baby. Almost there.
Hey, Dad, can I go first? Round 2, we're going again.
Still nervous for them.
Now you're gonna go sitting. So if you're gonna turn to sideways, it's normal, okay?
Okay, this one's for Knox. What are we gonna gwitty on a zip line?
So always keep like that, okay? Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, he looks so tiny. He's just a little dot down there. So, all right,
Brooklyn, let me hold on to that for a sec. Watch your head behind you. Any last words of inspiration for the rest of us or anybody else considering coming here and doing this experience?
Do it.
Will they regret it?
If they fall and die, yes. I see Colt right there and he's stuck. I think that's it. Yeah, because it's like moving and it's like on the wire.
He just doesn't have any luck. I wonder if that means I'm gonna get stuck too.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
I love you, sweetheart.
I think I'm stuck. Notice I'm not gonna die. I have been rescued. Yay.
Have fun. What an adventure. And guess what? It's a school day. And this is what we're doing. This is what their classroom looks like. They're so lucky.
What school subject would you say this one is? Geology, science, physics?
And culture, social studies. I love this. I love this life, adventure.
Always ready. 1, 2, and 3.
She's crazy. All right, Big Daddy's turn.
Which one did you like better, the first one or the second one?
First one. First one because it was longer.
Yeah. I think I like the second one better. Sitting upright, you could actually see more. I felt like I got more view, better visual effect.
Okay, back where we started, but now we have a downhill climb instead of an uphill climb.
So we're actually gonna go down here. Whew, still out of breath. We're gonna end up at the beach. So beautiful. And here we are, just a few short weeks away from heading back to BGC.
And this time around, we're gonna have our own apartment in which to live while we're out there. If you wanna see how all of that came about, thanks in large part to the Ocampos, be sure to subscribe because we're gonna show you that entire process in the upcoming episodes. Thank you so much if you've actually made it to this point in this episode. There's gotta be at least 3 of you. I'm not even sure if we'll make it through the entire thing when we watch it.
It's long-winded. Yeah.
But it sure has been fun to have you along for our ride through the Philippines, and we cannot wait to have you along for everything that's yet to come.
Stay tuned for some fresh, new content coming now.